Morning, Douglas JustQuest. What's this? I know the 7900 XT, but I don't know what the GRE is. Is that the new one? No, this one from last year. DNA 3. They're equivalent. Yeah, I see that. That's what I'm reading. I'm just reading on it right now. Yeah, the Super ends up being like basically equivalent with it. The GRE has slightly better average FPS and slightly better 1% lows. This is a good thing to look at. So we have the here's the GRE 156, 134, and then the Super is 142, 120. So it's like barely better. And it really depends on what you're playing with it. Good morning, Emily. Sure, Emily. I haven't done overclocking on it personally. For music reduction, do you think the MacBook is enough? Which MacBook? And what kind of music do you want to produce? Do you want to use GarageBand? Do you want to use Audacity? What do you want to use? You want to use Logic? I mean, Pro 16, Fruity Loops? Honestly, is it a current one? Is it an M2? Is it an M3? Are you going to wait for the M4? Like, what's your price budget? Like your budget here, because that's going to have a large effect on which way I'd suggest going. Because the way, like, I will say this, like, I'm a huge PC guy, but the way Apple handles audio stuff, no one is even close currently. Yeah, yeah. See, and the problem is this, like the if you're not going to be gaming, then probably the 7900 is going to be the way to go because you're going to end up with better overall headroom. If you're going to, as soon as you toss gaming into the mix, though, the 4070 Super ends up being a better option. Okay, Emily. Which like, yeah, like so for $1,000, I would look at one of the one that I picked up. I actually recently swapped from a Windows laptop to a MacBook Pro because I needed to be able to work on some Apple stuff, and I didn't want to buy a full on Apple like desktop or anything. And I got the MacBook Pro M2 for like under $1,000. I got a refurbished one, 16 gigs of RAM. Driver issues are very rare on AMD nowadays. They do happen, but they patch them relatively quickly. Okay, cool. Morning. Cool. The 7900 XT. Oh, I thought, yeah. Sorry, I'm still waking up. It's tech's fault. I need to connect a keyboard, MIDI input, studio headphones, dongles for everything. Yeah, you're going to have dongles for everything. But it all exists. That's the thing. Okay, I'm on Instagram. It's SpecVengeance. Yeah, that's plenty fine for a Ryzen 5. I like, bro. I'm so tired. I'm sorry. Yes, the 7900 is a Ryzen 9. Yes. 240. Yeah, with a 240, that'd be fine. Like, I'd recommend a 360, but overall, I just been busy. I'm very very busy. Um, but yeah, overall, like, yeah, it should be sufficient. Like, just for that extra headroom, I would still go. I go for the 360. Why did I get this? No, I don't agree with that one. I would say you give yourself the extra overhead of the water cooling. If it was the Ryzen 7, I'm fine with water cooling. Like, but you would know better than I do. You're the AMD expert. Yeah. Morning, Rain Man. Morning, Cyber. Yeah, Copart. So I have never seen like AMD processors failing. Like other than like when they first launched. Like I'm just not seeing it. Well, Mr. Michael Jackson one. Yeah, I'm like I'm gonna go on a limb and say, Rainman, what you're seeing are just people who have problems, not necessarily people that are using it on an everyday. Because what you end up with is you end up with a vocal minority being the loudest. So the people that are having the problems being louder than the people that aren't. The last time any sort of 5000 series processors were failing at any kind of rate was 2020-21. So I would say at this point, more Intel ninth gen Intel. My brain isn't working this morning. I don't know why. More 14900s and 900Ks and KSs have died and had problems than the 5600X. I don't think it was you. I just think they got their questions answered and they're like, dip. And Karen, how are you doing this morning? Bradenton PC Repair, this is Chris. I can help you. Sure. Yeah, bring it in. Yep. Yeah, I just think like you're seeing a disproportionately like large amount of people complaining, even though there really isn't a huge issue. Morning.
Yeah, skip on my car.
Yeah, do you have the? You can come over on Sunday. Moon is working. Do you have the epoxy in your car?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The two-part epoxy that we use to fix your shoe.
No.
Put it in your car. I thought like it was here. I don't know where it is, but yeah, then we can do it. Hey, Rain Man, you can stop talking about it now. Yeah, those Lenovo tablets are awesome. All right, Em. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's talking about Eve. Bradenton PC Repair. Who is this? All right. Have a nice day. I'm gonna build a gaming computer, Emily. I'm sending emails, Emily. You got to.
It says 7,200 RPM.
I don't think they list them on here. It's just Toshiba not doing it.
So do you want me to
I
keep
don't
it
think like Toshiba generally doesn't make.
that high end?
Yeah. So that's garbage.
Garbage. Okay, these are all good ones.
Okay.
That I know.
Start using those.
2 terabytes.
All right, we're gonna watch this real quick, and then we're gonna start working on
Hey everybody, this
that
is
PC.
Gameboy. This channel focuses mostly on handheld gaming, especially when it comes to emulation. It's really hard to decide which one to pick up if you are interested in kind of getting involved. Not only that, many of these handhelds have very specific use cases where they might be great in one aspect but not so great in another. That's what we're going to focus on in this video. I'm going to talk about my 10 favorite handhelds available for $100 or less, and I'm going to help kind of pinpoint which. Grab a snack and drink, and let's go ahead and get caveats. The first is it. Next, we're going to break all these handhelds down into 5 different categories, and it's not necessarily categories of handhelds, but categories of users. And so I'm hoping that one of these 5 are going to apply the most to you, and that'll help you narrow it down as well. So let's get started with our first category, which I'm calling the wee baby category. The idea here is this is for folks who are just now getting started. They don't know anything about anything, they just know they want to play some retro games. So we'll start with my very top pick in that regard, and it's going to be this one, the Anbernic RG35XXH. And Anbernic's been around for many years at this point, and I almost feel like this handheld is a culmination of all the efforts they've made over those years. This company is known for having pretty solid hardware, but their software usually isn't that great. Well, it just so happens that this device has gotten a lot of software updates on the Anbernic side, but then also there are community software solutions as well that really elevate the experience too. And so I found this device to be a really good mix in many regards. If you just buy it and use the SD card that comes with it, it's going to come preloaded with a bunch of games, and honestly the software isn't half bad. However, after you've been using it for a bit and you've kind of outgrown that initial
Yeah, I know, Emily. You
experience,
said.
you can then upgrade these software.
Though, honestly, you really don't need it. It's so fast to level up
On
now.
top of that, because this device is so popular, I expect that the software is going to get better and better from the community as well. It's also got all the bells and whistles that I would want in a retro handheld, including Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, as well as HDMI out if you want to plug it into a TV or a monitor. On top of that, the performance of this chip is not half bad. It can play all the way up to PS1 fairly flawlessly, but but then also it can play a good amount of Nintendo 64, Dreamcast, and even PlayStation Portable. Not only that, it's in a nice small form factor, which makes it easily pocketable as well. Now of note, there are actually two different models that use this exact same chip, and so it'll have the same performance and software and everything else, they just have two different form factors. This other one is called the RG35XX Plus. It's got a more of a Game Boy kind of look to it. This one is definitely more nostalgic, but between the two, I prefer the H model, the one that's horizontal, because it's a little bit more comfortable to
It's
use.
got joysticks.
Additionally, because the one on the left has analog sticks, that means it's going to work a little bit better for certain systems like arcade games and
Guys, I
Nintendo
spent the day working on this yesterday, so
to the Wii Baby category. If you're just getting sales, sometimes you can get it even cheaper. Now, let's say that you're really into that Game Boy style form factor and you're eyeballing that RG35XX Plus on the right.
yeah, I got it
To be
working.
honest, the Plus is a good handheld ODS. But there's a couple reasons why I prefer the Mio based on game switch picture of the, and so that's just a really to an external display. But otherwise, if you're just going to be taking it around in your pocket, I think the Mio Mini Plus is the way to go. You want to keep it under 36S is my pick under the Wii Baby category if you are on a budget. And I've got a full review of this one in 4, but they can do it for a lot cheaper of a price. And this one has a bunch of different software. On top of that, the performance is not bad either. It's a little bit older of a chip, but it can see you're really on this. Now for the next category, we're going to have time. These, and I just recently did an up. This is
I don't want something micro.
software in your horizontal hand user expo. This third, for example, if you're a retro gaming enthusiast, but you tend to play on original hardware or maybe kind of sway in the sense that you have to be RGB 30. Now I want to start by on making sure hardware to emulation. For example, if you're a retro gaming enthusiast, but you tend to play on original hardware or maybe FPGA solutions like the Analog Pocket, but you're looking into getting an emulation handheld as well. Well, this category is going to be for you, and I'm calling it Future Snobs, and I mean that in the kindest way possible. This is for people who are really focused on making sure they have the best emulation experience that they can have. And so I would consider this category to be a little bit more advanced in the sense that you have to be willing to go into the settings and dial everything in perfectly to what you want to see. And in particular, there are two handhelds that I think are worth your consideration. The first is going to be the Powkiddy RGB30. Now, I want to start by saying that this is a seriously flawed a game that I think that they asked a number of others for something like its remote game. This is the choice when it first came out last year, and I was a little bit lukewarm about it. Gotten it well, so it hardware really 64, so be under $100. Yes, it's always great to be able to play your favorite Super Nintendo games, but what if you want to, for example, stream some of your more modern games from your PC onto a handheld? We're going to talk about this category next. So I'm calling this category Streamy Mimi, and there's only really one handheld here, but I want to talk about why this one specifically is optimized for a better streaming experience. And the handheld that we're talking about here is the because it is very comfortable.
Hey, good morning, Surfy. It's been a minute.
It's a bit of a stretch because there are two different models. One is $89, the other is $99, and I recommend the $99 model. It's going to come a little bit more $99. Say my last category. This is for people who I'm calling power hungry. Now, right off the bat, I do want to say that the Retroid Pocket 2S is a bit of a stretch because there are two different models. One is $89, the other is $99, and I recommend the $99 model. It's going to come with a little bit more RAM, which is going to help with certain Android games, as well as emulation in some contexts. But the thing is, those prices are before shipping.
Yeah, I'll pop it out here in a second, Emily.
It's probably going to be a little bit more than $100. I would say $110, $115, depending on where you live. So bear in mind that we're really stretching that whole $99 or less right now, but I do think that this device is worth mentioning if you are talking around that $100 price point. And that's because for the money, this device will outperform all the others that we've talked about by far. For example, you've heard me say many times that these handhelds will play like most Nintendo 64 or most Dreamcast. Now, the Retroid Pocket 2S doesn't have any of those caveats. It can play every Nintendo 64 game, every Dreamcast game, every PSP game at full speed, no problem. In fact, this device is so powerful that you can play a good amount of GameCube, PS2, and even 3DS games as well. So that's why I want to put this device in this video, is because for the money, if you're beat. Now, one thing of note, this is an Android-based device. It's kind of like a really small phone or tablet. And as a result, that does mean you're going to have to set it up like an Android phone or tablet. It takes a little bit more work than the other Linux-based devices we've been talking about throughout the video. But with a little bit of tinkering using one of my guides, you can definitely get spun up to really have a seamless gaming experience. And so if you are looking for the absolute best performance that you can find around the $100 price point, then the Retroid Pocket 2S is easily the best device that you can find right now. And it's got a lot of great hardware features that you usually wouldn't find in this price category either, including some really excellent analog sticks and analog triggers. But of course, performance may not be the #1 factor for you, and so that's why I made these different categories. However, in wrapping up, you may be wondering which among all of these do I have as like my overall picks. And again, that was kind of hard to narrow down as well, but I actually
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I was messing around with this like last night. My biggest thing is like I love this form factor. Like I like this small little just simple fits in your hand form factor. Yeah, well, I mean this was so my big problem with this is like if you were to buy this new, it's like what? I think it was $60, $59. I paid 30 for it. So, Carrion, I don't know how like tall you are, but here, let me put this next to like a standard sized phone. Because it's bigger than it looks. I just have really big hands. So that's a standard phone. This was a Google Pixel XL next to that. So it's actually pretty big. It's not as small as it. I don't play games on my phone either. Not anymore. I used to. Yeah, it works pretty good. It runs pretty good. The battery's been pretty good so far. I like how like the screen is pretty flush. It's pretty nice. But yeah, it works pretty well. All the only problem with it was the software that was on it. Because I kind of want to get like another device that's the same size but more powerful. That's all. All right, let me get my QuickBooks stuff done, and then we are going to. Yeah. The Wii U? Yeah. Oh man, this stuff is so boring. All right. Hey, Mom. When you're doing invoices, you're applying classes to each individual item, right? Yeah. Making sure. Sure. Yeah, you can definitely do that. It's not. Is it going to be the best? No. But will it work at like 30 FPS, 720? Sure. Yeah, you'll be nice and smooth at that point. Right back. I have to figure out how to print. Bradenton notes last 7 working company documents. Yeah, Emily, I'm all right. I'm just having to do stuff like bookkeeping stuff that I don't normally do. Because, Emily, someone has to do it, and I'm the only one with the information. They not like us. I do quarterly taxes. Yeah, right. I don't give anyone. I barely trust myself to do it, let alone some other person. How do you do receipts for people? Do you just send them, Mom? Do you just send them the invoice after it's been paid? Do you just send them a copy of the invoice back? And it says paid on it? Then how do you do it? How do you get the invoice that says paid? That you send to Kathy?
I put in.
You enter the check, and then you reprint the invoice. That's what I just asked. Okay. I was just asking because I needed to do it for somebody. Well, gaming. It's fine. I sent him receipts. All right, Ollie. Doing all right so far. It's one of the viewers. It's going to be doing a 14,900K. I need to add a customer. Yeah, it's B Woods build. I'm gonna be doing that. Gotta clean it up. It is filthy. So we're gonna do that here as soon as I get done doing this. It's gonna be an all white build. Should be fun. So Leon Lee 011 dynamic. The original 011 dynamic, not the Evo. 3070 on Facebook. Those two, the processor and that video card will be are pretty evenly matched. I don't know. Bottlenecking is the new hotness. Yeah. I mean, what do you have now? Yeah, people don't even care about the VRAM. Yeah, 3060 to 3070 is pretty decent jump in performance, actually. Thank you. Let's start digging into this. We just have to get these invoices out. And putting off and putting off. Yeah, they did. Yeah, Emily, you need to not tell people to buy stuff. All right. Becky is now in there. Becky with the good hair. Right. All of these. Oh, what was the name of that? I appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying the videos. What was the name of that computer company that went out of business that was really bad? Began with an A. Yeah, I'm not asking you to ask them. You're not going to know what it is. They were building gaming computers and ripping people off. It's not aesthetic builds. Artesian. Thank you. All right. Reviews replied to. All right. I'm going to look up this battery real quick. And we are going to start. Going to start cleaning. Start cleaning, and getting this computer rebuilt because it's been sitting for a minute. $100 watt what? Actually, hesitant to take this one apart. That sucks. Yeah, I get like we got fire ants in our backyard, so it's a pretty common occurrence. Us, I do what I can to keep them out of my backyard, but it's hard. Green text is correct. I'm just getting a battery number off of this so I can order it. Yeah, I feel that way too. It's a fluffy boy. Quite the fluffy battery. Yeah. Hey, Angeline, do we have an HP HT03XL battery sitting up there? You have to stand up and look. HT03XL. Yeah, it's a flat one. Yep. It's an interesting laptop inside. When the battery comes in, we'll talk about it. Just because of the way they decided to do this cooling system. Yep. We got one. Plug it in, test it out, see if it works. Okay. Be nice. All right, I guess seeing as I actually have a battery for this, we'll talk about this laptop now. So once you get this laptop open, you're going to see some interesting things. This is a joint use laptop, meaning that this was used for not only HP's like consumer division, but also for their business division. And one of the big things is depending on which processor it came with, it either came with a single cooler or a double cooler, like as far as the fans are concerned. The fact that this motherboard is designed to fit both means that HP at some point thought that this was going to have cooling issues, especially if it came with a GPU, which is what that section is for. I'm surprised that they didn't just flat out just include two at all times, because that would actually save like having to design two separate fans. But, you know, they made their choices. We'll see if this battery is completely dead. I'm gonna move this over. If this battery is actually bad, then just need to order one. No, it's more than likely saying that the battery is faulty. Well, that could be the hard drive LED. Yep, that's the hard drive LED. If I remember right, this battery is actually bad, and I just kept putting it up there. Gonna order a replacement from HP. Yeah, which I will not be performing. Yeah, if it doesn't move in the next 2 minutes, we will. Or the battery cells themselves are just bad. Because I have no idea where this battery came from. Perfectly honest. New battery will be here on Tuesday. All right. So, Mom, on Tuesday, just trying to remember when I pull this battery out, that is just garbage.
Battery.
The one I just put in here, the one you just gave me, it's not good. Like I said, I don't know how long that battery's been sitting here.
I take my whole pen and start in a little bit.
When the new battery arrives and suddenly I have to install it, that should be enough. Just remind me not to put it on the shelf. You know what I'm saying?
Which number?
All right, let's do this. It's time. No, great night's sleep. It's RAM. That's all it is. It doesn't have to be one or the other. be perfectly honest. All you're doing is you're paying a premium for something that doesn't necessarily like affect performance in any way. I'm sure you can show me like a single use case where it's happened once. Just because it happened to one or two people doesn't mean it's actually an issue. Because it's a gaming computer, Emily. All right, let's get some photos. Because I got to start doing that again. There we go. All right, so here's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be putting on my headset. This is, I've already entered these into QuickBooks. Well, how? Two different people paid, yes. Or he just had XMP turned on, and it was it was reading the speed incorrectly. We're going to do something drastic here. Just now, I am going to super glue this thing that I printed onto my headphones. Because this adhesive tape is not working at all. Live well, SRQ, yes. Oh no! You think? Hot glue. It's hot glue. I'll be very clear. It's hot glue, not super glue. Sure, Emily. Hope I didn't break this thing by just dropping it on its head. No, Emily. Not. It's pretty normal, actually. Because 16 gigs is plenty, Emily. I have 16 gigs in my laptop, Emily. Please tell me you didn't just kill us. I play games on it. What are you talking about, Emily? I play Diablo on it. $16 gigs is plenty for gaming, Emily. You just want 32. Perfect. Well, be right up there.
to justify it, Tech. Stop trying to justify it. You are correct. All right, so you guys should be able to hear me now. Okay, so what we're going to be working on today is actually upgrading and replacing basically all of the components from an artesian build PC. So we're going to be replacing what is in there with some better components. We're getting a better power supply, better cooler. We're going to upgrade the RAM. We're going to go with a better video card. And we're going to be modifying this case with a vertical GPU mount. Just trying to adjust my mic here. There we go. So this is what we're starting with. You can see. Hello. All right. So this thing is not clean. So we're going to go through, we're going to clean it up. It's been sitting for a little bit, so we're going to get all the dust off of it. And this is that pink white that they liked to use. So we're going to go through, we're going to clean each part of this. We're going to take this all the way down to just bare metal, and we're going to clean it and build it back up. Get these panels front and back off. Hey, what's going on, BP? So I forget, this has to come off as well. All right. So let's start getting stuff out of here. Start by undoing all of our zip ties that are in the back here, getting these internal panels off. Now this is an Artesian Builds PC at the moment, and after this, it will no longer be. Getting all these panels off of here. Got SSDs in here. We're going to ask some questions here in a second. Get everything out of here that we do not need. Let's get the power supply out. Yeah, it's true. It'll be a BPCR build. Spec build. I like spec build better. What is that?
I don't know, it was in this box at the bottom.
Is that a USB port? Don't even look at it. Just walk it over here to me. Because more than likely it's something I ordered and it was so small that I didn't realize it was in the box. Why upgrade it, Emily? Why do you upgrade your laptop? Sure asking a lot of weird questions today, Emily. Yeah, this is my breakout board. I'm looking for this. Let's get this EVGA power supply out of here. That's unfortunate for you, Joe. Nothing wrong with the EVGA power supplies. Well, we're going to be going basically all Corsair with this build. These things out of here. I've not told this, but when I first got my Artesian build, it would blue screen playing any game, anywhere from 5 minutes to 2 hours. Took me 2 months on a Reddit post to let Artesian let me send it back. That was what they did. So, all right, let's get the CPU unplugged, cables unplugged here. Yeah, it shouldn't take a Reddit post to get service on something. I always hate that. Should be able to just reach out to your company and get it taken care of right away. Let's get this out of here, get this plate off. Another plate. And we're actually going to remove this. I want to see what's inside of this. But we also might just remove this entirely for better airflow if this stuff isn't actually being used for anything. Got our IQs in there. Why would you do this? Oh, this is a terrible, terrible design. What? Why in the world would you put the fan controller inside something that has to pull the fans out? Look at this. Like it just wants to... Whatever. These are all Corsair fans anyways, so not really going to be using that. Yeah, I don't know if Bryce, the owner of this, is a smoker. But if he is, I'd say probably don't smoke around this thing anymore. If it is vape's almost impossible to get off of stuff. So here's the hoping that when I start cleaning this stuff, it's going to be Gonna be pretty good. Might be difficult. And what the fuck? Cool. So do we know what's on this? If this is still good at all? Yeah, that's the only drive in here that, as far as the SATA is concerned. Over there. These are just RGB hubs. These are not commanders. That's why. Interesting. Interesting choice. Oh. It's even fun little USB splitter in here. All right, see you whenever. Sure. Tech. That Steam Labs title, I don't like that. Kind of weird. Like maybe like thirsty. So is this computer. Let's get all of these little bread ties off of here. Couldn't even use real zip ties. All right. Set that off to the side. Set that off to the side. These aren't connected to anything. Not sure what I'm going to be able to do with these. You can see these things are pretty dirty, but we'll see what I can do. But we're not going to be really using those because this is going to go to an adapter. Just get all of the cables that are shoved through the back here, shoved back through the front. Then we can start removing stuff. Not sure what unstable copy is. I'm going to start dropping fans here. Alright, and all of these are still going to be used. They're just going to be, well, 3 of them will not be. Or maybe I will. Yeah, this case isn't white. This case is pink. I'm just realizing this now. We're going to be taking a lot of these fans and cleaning them with a little bit of water and alcohol and then blowing them out. So one thing with the upgrades we are doing to this case, we are no longer going to be able to have fans absolutely everywhere. So we have fans on the top, fans on the bottom. Because we're doing the vertical mount on the GPU, definitely not going to be able to put them on the bottom. So, once you get, we might end up with some extra fans here. Yep, we're going to a 4070 M. Actually, excuse me, we're going to a 4080 Super. Because his old GPU is dead, Emily. Can't have a gaming PC without a GPU. No, he doesn't know. Though we know what happened. There was a memory controller, a power controller IC that failed. All right, let's pull all of these cables to the front. This should not be. Unplug, unplug, unplug. All right, all of those are pulled through. I'm going to take the CPU cooler off. Pull this memory. So I do believe this is just DDR4. 36, yep. So DDR4, you can get some money out of that. That off of here. Everything we're not going to need is going behind me. Oh, did you? Yeah, Facebook Messenger's been pretty broken for me for a while now. I get 0 notifications. Yeah, we're getting a whole new motherboard and everything, Emily. I'll take a look when I get a moment. That is no longer connected. Float that out the side. And one thing Artesian did that's actually fine is they actually used all of their washers. The only Quake that I played was the, you know what? No, I never played Quake. I only played Doom and Unreal Tournament. Tiny little well, check it out. Never was really into Quake. And here comes the SAG. And that's not Screen Actors Guild Award. Oh, we got plenty of gamers in here. I just don't think everyone plays the same games. All right. Let's get these screws off of these fans. I'm going to hold on to these screws because these screws might be useful for other things that I'm doing. Yeah. And I'm a huge fan of Diablo. We're going to do a Fallout 76 run at some point. I have a couple like IRL friends as well that want to do it. So I haven't played it since Naz passed away. This will be a good reintroduction into it for me, especially seeing as everyone picked it up after the Amazon show did so well. One more fan, and we'll pull them all out and get the motherboard out, and we'll start by cleaning the case. Yeah, Fallout 76, man. Fallout 76 is basically it's an FPS MMO. I got up to level 150. After I get done with this Diablo season, and I finish Cyberpunk, I'm going to be spending a lot of time playing that game again with some friends. All right, let's get all these fans out of here. Why are we still hung up here? What are we hanging up on? Ah, they put a single zip tie back here. Let's cut these zip ties. Yes, you did mention it to me that you got it free recently. Get all these zip ties cut out carefully, making sure not to hit any actual important wires. It's strange how with this build, it was clear that some care was given to part of this build, and then other parts it's just like, I just use bread ties. So strange. Huh? No, this was built by a company. The company's since gone out of business for defrauding customers, but you know, they were in the business of building computers at one point. Make sure all of our cables are completely free. Awesome. All right. So let's get this unplugged. Oh, jeez. That over there. Get these fans out of here. Oh, found another zip tie. You're going to start a YouTube series called WTF Microsoft. MS WTF. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. All right. Like, but you have to include things they've caused and solutions. You can't just bring up problems and not present solutions. That would be aggravating. All right, let's get the rest of these cables unplugged. Come on. That out of there. That one. That one. Sorry about that. Fans. We're going to try and reuse as many as we can. Grab my screw holders here. Get some of these screws put away real quick. Things that aren't going back into the build don't need to be sitting out here. Get 2 seconds. Let's pull this out. Organization, important. Oh yes, deep dive into the troubleshooting is the goal. Perfect. I'd watch that. Did you see this yesterday, Joe? Started 3D printing shells for Nintendo Gameboys. This is a upgrade build. We're taking an old artesian build PC. And we are replacing every component in it, except for the case and some fans. All right, so now we're getting close to having everything out of here. You get all these rear panels out of here. Find it interesting. You can clearly see that at some point they had this apart. And they were like, something's not right. So when they sent it back to him after, whatever they did to it, they included the wrong rear panels. So that's an unfortunate little thing. Get this Wi-Fi card out of here from this company that I've actually never heard of. Okay, cool. It's not, so here's the thing. This case is not white. Thought it was white, not white. But it is not white. Let me grab something that is white. We'll come, let's come over here. Yeah, it is pink. This is white, that is pink.
When you scan it alone,
Yeah, but in the end it's gonna look pretty white from just about anywhere you're at.
are these boxes for me to tear apart?
No, those are customer products.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay, so let's keep pulling this stuff out here. We got rear panels. All of these are going to need to get cleaned. It is a very light pink. It's interesting. While you're back there, can you bring up the vacuum cleaner, please? Yeah, when you get done. And then flip on the compressor. And then please flip on the compressor. All right, and we're going to get this out of here. And all these parts are going to go back to the owner of this PC so that he can decide what he wants to do with them. Either sell them, try and do another build with them. The world's going to be his oyster when it comes to this stuff. Because as far as I'm aware, most of this stuff still works. All right, Em. Yeah, it's a super, super light pink. I don't hate it, but it's also not 100%. I sent you a message on Discord, Master. I was just trying to get some clarification on something from you. Trust me, it's not white. I wish it was white. I mean, you can really see it in here. Like how much difference there is between this and this. Two very, very different colors. Let me see if I can turn off the auto white balance here. So that's probably the closest you're going to be able to see, because this is pretty accurate. So white, not white. I mean, you can really see it looking up here, because this is pink. This is white. All right, so we got this out. Let's see what kind of processor this thing has in it. And now this is ready to be cleaned. We will do that. Gonna need a lot of alcohol today. Not for me to consume, for me to clean. A lot of paper towel. Gonna need some towels. So this is an i9 10850K. So this is similar to what I'm running in this computer. My streaming computer is an i9 10900K though. All right. So whatever Bryce wants to do with this, I'll give this a little clean. Give it a little vacuum. We'll clean up. Take it right here. And also, if you can grab me, go into these drawers and grab me like a stack of the microfibers and just set them on here. And I'm going to be stretching this across for the rest of the day probably. Okay, So now that that's done, one of things we're going to do, we're going to use just a simple vacuum and a brush. We're going to clean this up. And everyone always asks me, hey, what kind of brush is that? This is a lug nut brush from a company called Viking. You can get them at O'Reilly's. How gentle do you need to be with brushing? Imagine that you're brushing very thin sheets of glass. So you don't want to when I'm brushing, it's like that. I don't want to get like this. So it's very, very, very gentle. Just all I'm doing is agitating so that it becomes, it wants to come off of the board, and then once it comes off of the board, then I'm using the suction of the vacuum to pull it in. The other thing you don't want to do is you don't want to just shove a vacuum on this. The other thing you have to be careful of is I just saw something that's bothering me. With this, these two things together can actually create static. And that can send a discharge through the board, so you have to be careful about that. Another option is you can use, let me see if I still have mine. Yeah. You can use something like this, just a simple electric toothbrush if you're trying to deep clean. Yeah, there's a lot of options. But for this, all we're doing is we just wanted to get most of the surface dust off of here. We're going to check these. There's an M2 in this guy. Let's pull this out. Yeah, you know that's not a good idea. Yeah, you want to try and avoid creating static whenever possible. Oh, no. Artesian. I understand why you went out of business now. And it wasn't because of your poor customer service. It was probably because of all the RMAs you had with failing SSDs. Oh. So the other thing that I saw, I was looking at this, is this. Come on, guys. And there's no world in which that you could convince me that, yeah, this one is so adhered on there, I'm not going to be able to get it off because there is one on here. That, oh yeah, just let the customer do it. That's definitely something a customer will understand and realize is actually on there. Yeah, good job, guys. There you go. Look at that. And there's one on this too, but I'm not going to pull it. It is a Western Digital blue. So that is over there now. We'll put the memory with it. And from here on out, we're all about cleaning and new parts. Get this situated in. It's strange. It's like, so I understand the idea of having to, if you're trying to make money building computers, it is extremely, extremely hard. There is little to no margin. Like for Bryce's build here, I spent it was like $32.98 when everything was said and done, and I'm charging him $3,300 because if I charged him more, then he could just go and get the parts himself for cheaper, and I'm losing out on possibly the business. But like the only thing you really make money on is the actual labor of building. So when you have something like this, where you have this Western Digital blue drive, you have a situation where you could say, hey, I have this Western Digital blue drive, and I have a Samsung drive. I charge the Samsung prices for this. So, or you could say, hey, I'm charging the Samsung prices for this. And the customer isn't going to necessarily know, especially if they're not super tech savvy. All right, let's keep going here. We got to make sure we're not going to suck up any screws. These guys, not super bad, a little bit bad. More vacuuming. All right. Next. Pull these out. Some simple microfiber cloths. I'm going to clean these guys up. See how much smudge comes off of them. That's much better. And then we just set it to the side. Spritz. Wipe. Set it to the side. Spritz. Wipe. To the side. All we're really trying to do here is just remove the surface gunk, is what we'll call this. So there you go. Doesn't look much different, but it is clearly much better. All right, let's look at these fans. Some of these fans look like they're in pretty good shape. Some of them don't. One of the things we're going to be doing, at the request of the customer, is that. Because the company doesn't exist anymore, and they screwed him out of a bunch of money. All right, so all of these fans, we're going to go through them all. We're going to do the brush treatment on all of them, and then after that, we're going to do the alcohol treatment on all of them. So, here we go. Make sure your vacuum cleaner doesn't suck up your towels. You just got to be thorough with these. Get as much off as you can with the vacuum cleaner before we hit. Before we hit it with some alcohol. This might just be the easiest way I clean fans. Yeah, I think so. Gets as much dust and schmutz off of it as you can surface-wise before you actually do like a little bit deeper cleaning on it. And one of the problems we're going to run into, and I don't know how well you guys can hear me right now, but one of the problems we're going to run into is you can see the color difference between this and this. This is never going to be white again from vape. It is just straight up stained this thing forever permanently. That's perfect. Yeah, the biggest problem, like, ever since I replaced the antenna with a wire, it's been much, much better. Right. This is a Samson mic. Right? Samson. Yeah, Samson. Paid like I think $80 for it. It's not that bad. All right, just a couple more to go. Yeah, the whole unit is from Samson. I got it off of just Amazon, whole thing. It says like $75. The thing I'm wearing on my head, Emily. It gives it better surface area for cooling. That's what potholes in metal does. It's about time to clean the filter on that. All right. That's one towel down. Next towel. All right. All right, next. We're going to, 1, remove any stickers, and 2, we're going to give this a spritz. And we're going to do the same thing that we just did. One of the things you want to try and avoid with this is spraying directly into here. Even with alcohol, like there are bearings in there, and what you want to do is you don't want to remove all of the oil that is potentially on that bearing. So, and what we're doing now is we're just putting the alcohol in there so we can agitate, and then we're going to use the towel, come through, clean it up, and then we're going to look around, see if we see anything on here where we just missed. The last thing you want to do is have a build that looks great except for that one spot that you didn't realize was there. So we're going to just go on these edges clean. Get any of the remaining residue out of here. And then remind everyone, don't smoke around your computer. I'm just going to hit all of these fan blades one at a time. Get the last of the crap off of them so it looks as presentable as possible. Alright, there we go. That's one fan done. Yes, vape 100% around computers only. Never vape away from your computer. Only vape at your computer. Get that off of there. Now, if you're ever removing a sticker from something and it starts to stick, a little bit of alcohol on a Q-tip, if you don't have a spritzer, will do wonders. Alright, so start with the top. Agitate again. It's a little bit more of a heavier agitation on these now. Because again, what we're trying to do now is we're just trying to get residue off of here, run around the rim. Get it looking a little bit nicer. Actually, what I should do is I should run my hose back here for my compressor. So after we liquefy the residue that's in here, we can spray it out because some of these edges are going to be very difficult to get into. So again, we're just going to come along here. We're going to go there. We're going to go there. 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 And then we go into these. Give them a good. And then we hit the backs of these. This would be something, like, look at that. This would be something that an ultrasonic cleaner would help greatly with. You just have to be careful with it. A lot of times the chemicals used in ultrasonic cleaners are not electronics safe. So I mean, you can see as I'm doing this how much stuff is still coming off of here even though we just agitated. This is like the real deep clean here. Kind of want to go. I have a bunch of different styles of Q-tips. I want to see if there's one that works better than the others here, because this is just coming off here. Go. Because you have to clean things, Emily. You can't just leave them dirty. And we're getting this. We're going to have this build looking basically as close to brand new as we can get without it being brand new. All right, so there's the next one. Grab some other Q-tips as well. Grab some of these Chemtech wipes as well. See what we can do with the Chemtechs. A lot of different Q-tips. So, like, I know you really can't tell the difference through the camera, but in person you can really see a difference. Yeah, this is very similar to cleaning tiles with a toothbrush. I'm gonna hit this and let's see how the actual toothbrush does on the front of these. Yeah, the plastic is definitely stained, but that is much better. Much better. We're doing what we can here. Right, same deal. Just a little bit of alcohol to release this. You need to keep your finger on this as you're pulling the sticker off. Because otherwise, as you're pulling, there's a chance you could just lift the whole fan out. All right, we're going to do this whole fan with just the toothbrush and see how well that goes. And brush it off. In there. Nice and thorough. Nice and clean. So we're going to try and reuse a lot of these fans in this, even with the Corsair that we have a brand new H150i that comes with its own fans as well. And we're still probably going to use a majority of these fans, mainly because, oh yeah, that works. That's working great. I'll have to just start stocking these. Just get some more tips for them. It's getting in the corners, agitating. And what I was saying is we'll probably use these so we keep a consistent look to all the fans, because we don't want to have some fans that are going to be super bright and other ones that are not going to be super bright, because that's going to be like very apparent. So we'll keep them all the same and then let him do what he wants with the rest, because it being the case that it is, there's only so much room for fans. Oh yeah, these guys work great. I believe Carrion Lynch is the one who turned me on to these guys. He was using them to clean his minis. I believe that's what this was. I could be wrong. But yeah, these guys work great. Giant sponge on the end of a plastic stick. I don't know, Emily. We're going to find out. All right, so then that one is done. Not bad. Again, surface level agitation. You can tell that this one here was on the floor because the tips right here, you can really see. Get in here. You can see right here on these tips, like that's on there. So let's spritz it up. I like this. This is working well. Do what we can on this. Like it's like on that tip pretty well. Hit both sides. This is just the right size to get in here and clean these things. Ooh, there we go. All right, now wipe it down. This one here, we're going to probably have to do a little bit more work along the outside here. Just over here, over here. All fans have detachable blades. That's correct. They don't. Not all fans have reattachable blades. And yeah, I believe that all fan manufacturers should start using the. I can't remember who it was, but they started making it so that all of them can come off. All right, hit the back of the blades now. Maybe like this video will shame someone just enough into quitting vaping, smoking, whatever, because it's one, it's not good for you. Two, it's doing actual damage to your components and lowering their resale value. And yeah, nobody actually wants that. No one wants to lose money because, you know, you're already losing money smoking or vaping. All right. Take that off there. We're gonna have to hit this with some adhesive. 2 seconds. All right, so that. Another one done. We're halfway there. Almost. This is literally the exact halfway point. All right. Just a lot more. Two. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go. Now, let's hit the outside. Thank goodness I have more alcohol on order. I am almost out. Okay, now we go. Grab our plastic go. Okay. Okay. Boom. Okay. Yeah, these guys do a pretty good job. I'm liking these guys. I'm also liking this. It's just the right size to get in here and get these things. Get all of this stuff agitated so it can just come off. Yep, I'm very sure I need gloves on, Emily. Very, very sure. Wouldn't want to be getting all this stuff on my hands otherwise. So this one has a little bit of extra stuff in here that I don't have access to from the other side. Clean up a bit. Yeah, this one was pretty bad actually. This is the first one where I genuinely think I'm going to need to go back over it with another set of Q-tips because it's not getting all off of there. Go. And then this. I think this guy's gonna need a new battery. Get a AA battery, Angeline. All right. Thank you. Next. It's artesian. Artesian builds. That's why it looks so familiar. If familiar with artesian builds and their history, you'll recognize the logo. Yeah, that's why we're completely rebuilding it. It'll no longer be an artesian build. We already found a lot of little questionable decisions were made all over the place. What are you going to do? That's why we're rebuilding it. No, I'm never going to make stickers, Emily. No one wants, like... No one wants to have a company advertising themselves on their computer. Just let the parts speak for themselves. If I ever custom design a case, sure. Then it'll be on the front of that case. But until that day, not going to happen. And up. Yeah, no, I would never do that to her. I do, but that is for identification so that the customer knows they can bring the computer back if they have a problem. We don't do it on custom builds. We don't do it on Macs. We don't do it on gaming laptops. Put stickers. Yeah, that way the customer doesn't have to remember. Where did I get my computer fixed previously? Hey, mother. Can you do me a favor? Okay, when you get done, let me know. All the way around the outside. They had someone print them. That's how I am. All right. Clean. Clean. I have a company that prints them all for me, Emily. It does. The other thing, when I look at it this way, it looks like a Victory. They could just flip over their logo and be like, "Yeah, we're Victory PC builds now." No, Maybe one day. If I, like I said, if I start making my own cases or I start like having cases custom made, sure. But until that day, I will not. It's a waste of money.
Okay.
I just need that white container that's on top of this. Turn around. I need that white container. Yeah, it's more than half empty. I need to refill this. So it should not be super heavy. Last fan. You got it? Thank you. You can just set it on top of those towels. I'm definitely about to need this. Yep, there's not, it's solid underneath there. Thank you. I don't know, I designed it a long time ago, Emily, and never used it for anything. So I just decided to use it one day. And I like dogs. I think I'm going to sneak one of these stickers back into his case. Just so, and he'll just find it one day and he'll be like, what the? Just to remember where he started. Got to keep people humble. Yeah. Like, I won't even attach it to something. I'll just have it sitting back there like dirt, like garbage, just on the bottom. Like, you thought you could get away from me. All right. To the person on YouTube, if you're still here, no, they're not paying me to clean. They are paying me to completely rebuild the computer from bottom to top with all new components. And this is just part of what I do because, you know, cleanliness and all that. All right, next up, let's go back to here. And someone's paying me to rebuild their computer. They're spending a bunch of money on it. I don't want to deprive them of actually having a nice looking computer just because I was being lazy about something. That part isn't so bad. So Artesian Computers is a defunct company that ripped customers off by overcharging them for subpar components and just using regular off-the-shelf stuff. All right. All right. So this is going to be the first big thing where we're going to be able to see we're going to see some hopeful drastic improvements, especially down here. How well can you guys can't see that at all. If I lean it like that, you can. We'll make it work. All right, we're going to pull out the vacuum once again. And when I'm doing this, I'm always trying to brush towards the vacuum head. These are removable, so make sure you don't suck them up into your vacuum if you're doing this. And remember, this is a pink case. It is not a white case. The front to the bottom. To the back. Got the same thing going on down there. And then the top. Top's not so bad. Front, we got some little spaces here. Basically, it looks like anywhere there's ellipse, there's dust and dirt settled upon it. All right, next, alcohol bath. All right, next, we're going to take another towel, lift this up, we're going to put this underneath, and then we are going to, hey, thanks for the follow, Poorly. So, I don't know how I'm going to show this to you guys easily, what I'm about to do, but all right. Much better.
Ryan, I didn't understand his last name.
This is Chris. I can help you. Give me a second. Let me take a look here. Hold on. I am waiting for part to arrive. So I'm just waiting for the stuff to come in. As soon as it comes in, I'll get it installed. Yep. Bye. So where is this stuff that I ordered? I ordered hard drives. Arriving today. All right, so they're coming in today. Okay, back to this. Just gonna hose wipe. Now, there's gonna be situations where the best, like, thing you can actually use for cleaning is gonna be water. Because water has a lot more dissolving power than alcohol does. Alcohol is just good if you need to use it on electronic. Yeah, I'm just waiting on stuff to arrive. No, Emily, I don't take baths. I just take showers. All right, so that's the front. That is, as you can see, much better down there. There's still some staining here that I'm not going to be able to get off. It's like etched in here and I don't know what it is. Let's do the top. And then each of these panels, as we go to put them back in, we'll have to just manually go through and clean them as well. Our front silver here. Yeah. There we go. Get to the back. Same dealio. A little bit of hose down. I just realized this front panel is one leg of an extruded aluminum. What are they called? They're like the universal beams. They're a block and you can slide stuff into them. That's an interesting way to save money. Yeah, it's like the tube frame stuff that 3D printers are made out of. All right. And then lastly, let's hit the back. And then we can start building. Oh, wait, actually, take it back. We can't start building. We have to clean out these little rubber things. All right, so that looks pretty darn good. And then lastly, we got these things. Yeah, well, the whole thing is if there was a paper trail with that, the customers got their stuff back. If there was actual records and whatnot. I know some of what you just described did happen, but that was mainly because there was no actual records. All right, so another kind of cleaning note here. If you're cleaning rubber with alcohol, be careful. Because rubber and alcohol, not the greatest combination. As you can see, I'm getting black on here. And that is just some of the oils being expressed from the rubber by the alcohol. So you just got to be careful. You don't want to soak rubber in alcohol, it'll end badly. So get it on there clean. Boop. And there we go. And we'll get these back in there during the build. All right. I think we're ready to start building. Let's get all this cleaning stuff off of my desk. Get the start building from the motherboard up. Pull out my zip ties. Over there. All right. Build phase. Let me refill my spritzer. Yeah, please do. It's one of the things I pride myself on. Because cable management is important. We're going to do the hand pour again. I enjoy cable management immensely. I like making... No, I've never got... I don't get my isopropyl from Ace. I order it from the same people that Diana of Troy... Troy? No. Diana of Thaumasia. That one. So, one of the other things I realize I need to clean is this. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to clean this. Forgot about this. These cables. Let's see how well this actually works. These are the custom extension cables. A little bit off of there. Not Diana Troy. Diana of Troy. Yeah, that's where I got it from Amazon. But it was much less than 35 a gallon. It was like, I think I paid like $10 a gallon. That looks a little better. These white cables are brown. Don't smoke around your computer, folks. Just don't do it. This is where we insert that Michael Jordan gif. Stop. Get help. Now I am very confused. Why would this board be in there? That's an Asus. Okay. This fan controller is an Asus fan controller. Very confused. All right. Where's the other one? We're not using them. That's right. All right. Motherboard. We're going to have to reuse these. Power supply. CPU. Memory. Motherboard. All right. There we go. It is because that's what they wanted, Emily. You try and give people what they want. We have I need to go through this full part list. So I guess let me go through this full part list now. This comes with Wi-Fi, so we can get rid of this crappy Wi-Fi card. So, this build, and we're getting to this, 20 minutes into this? 30 minutes into this. I've been thinking I'm doing this for almost an hour now in actuality. We're building in a Lee & Lee 011 Dynamic. It is the pink one, is the original one. We are putting a MSI Gaming X Slim 16 gig 4080 Super. We are using a Corsair RM 1000X white. We're using a Corsair iQ H150i Elite Capellix XT white. We are going to be using an Aorus, a Gigabyte Aorus Z790 Aorus Elite AX Ice. Corsair Vengeance RGB DDR5 64 gig. It's 5200 CL30. I do believe these are the CL30s. It's either CL30 or CL40. I don't see it printed here. But it's either 30 or 40. I can't remember. White. We are putting an Intel Core i9 14900KF in there. I had to remember if this is before or after the CPU name change. Yeah. And we're going to be vertically mounting the GPU with this, which I haven't even opened this yet, so I hope it's right. We're going to find out real quick. But let's go ahead and whip this out. That is this generation. One of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to update the BIOS on this board. And when I update the BIOS on this board, I'm going to set this to what Intel recommends as far as the overclock settings and the power settings. So this thing runs as nominally as possible. Here's our motherboard, looking nice and icy. All right. So first things first. All right, zoom in. So we did not opt to go with the replacement bracket for this, mainly just because of budget issues. It is an upgrade I'll recommend in the future. I have one. You get the DeBauer replacements for these, or the Thermal Grizzly little brackets for this. What it does is this little locking mechanism is completely replaced by just a solid bracket that more evenly distributes pressure. One of the biggest complaints about this generation and the previous generation is that these are the only two physical pressure points for this CPU. So you end up with a CPU, instead of being flat, has a bow to it because you're putting pressure here and not here and here. So when you put a cooler on that, you can see exactly what ends up happening. There's a little gap. Hopefully the next generation will have a little bit different mounting mechanism. But we'll see. All right, CPU installed. We're not going to install the memory yet. We're going to hold off on that. Next, we're going to install our SSD. We're going to install it lower, so that way we're not eating up one of the memory lanes or one of the PCIe lanes. I don't know what you're asking me, Emily. Let's get that off of there. Let's go with this one. And toolless, all done. And then as a reminder, always peel your little pads. Yes, I helped him choose these parts, Emily. Yeah, I am aware of the loosening issue with that, and my solution was to, after thermal cycling it and putting it under an extreme heat load, go back and manually retighten it. 'Cause it does. 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 Retighten them. Yep, I am very aware of the issue, and we're gonna follow the same steps that Jay's did, just to downclock this and get the numbers set right according to what Intel wants out of these versus what the manufacturer wants to run out of these. All right, so now we have our nice clean case. Let's go ahead and slap these boys back in there. Yep, they're definitely like headers on a car. That is a pretty apt description. The head bolts will stretch, like after you stretch them, they heat cycle them, and then you pull the valve cover back off, and then you retighten them again to torque. Thank goodness these things weren't white. That would be a problem. These things would be like gray. Rubber absorbs color very easily. Go. All right, so that's in there. Now let's... So glad I'm wearing gloves. I'd be bleeding quite badly right now if I wasn't. I just grabbed the edge of this and lifted. That is razor blade sharp. All right, let's get our screws installed. Start with our center as per usual. This would be something I wish I had an ultrasonic cleaner for right now, because these screws have a little bit of dust on them, and I'm not going to go through and do it. Yeah, this should be a nice PC. I very much agree. Slide over for you guys so you guys can see this. Go through, get all of these in there, and then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to build our cooler. That. Yeah, I'm excited to see how this turns out. We're gonna get it up and running. We're going to set some custom lighting on it. We're gonna get everything white. We'll turn off all the lights in the office here, and we're gonna shoot a little bit of video of it, so you guys can see what it looks like when everything is all pimped out. All right, so that's installed. Next, I'm going to set this off to the side. And we are going to pull out our Corsair cooler. And back up to this position. 2 seconds. This might as well be a new build, honestly. So they've upgraded literally every component except for the case and the fans and the hard drives. All right, get that off of there. So these, we get ourselves the white edition of that. Nice. We have an actual Corsair Commander, which means because we're going to have 6 fans, actually we can still probably fit all of our fans back in there, but we can fit 6 fans on this, which is nice. Then let's pull out these guys. And these, like, I just want to show you guys how much damage actually happens. Like, comparing these, you can see this is how these started. So these are printed and made, these are 3D extruded, I say 3D, they are extruded plastic for these. And you can see this is what they started as. This is what they are now. So this is like the hugest example of do not smoke or vape around your computer that I can ever give someone. This is how these things start. And if you don't smoke or do anything like incense or vape around them, 5 years from now, it'll still look like this. Like compared to, like, you can see how dim these look comparatively. But what we're going to do is we're actually not going to be putting these into this case. We are going to use all these so that we have a uniform look. And then BP Woods in the chat can do whatever he wants with them in the future. He's got 3 extra fans. You can have them as a backup. But we're going to keep everything looking uniform so that all of the LEDs are the same color. That's my big thing. The performance of these is basically the same, so you're not going to have a huge performance difference. We do not need Threadripper. We do not need AM4. We will keep that one. That's white. That's white. We don't need either of those. This goes back in here. And then we need that. Don't need those. We do need that. Need that. And then we need those. Let's grab our motherboard once again. Yep, we're using the existing fans. We're not going to go half and half. Because there are, like, I'm going to speak from personal experience. As Corsair releases fans, they change the LEDs that are in the fans. And you will try and set them all the same color, and every single one will look completely different. All right, so backplates for the cooler, we're going to go ahead and put that on. There is a square with the Corsair. There's a little square of 3M paper on there. And there we go. And just line everything up. Just like so. Come on. There we go. And then we just press. Make sure everything's actually getting through these holes. Press them down. And then we're just going to hold on just a little bit. Take out our screws. For the standoffs you want to use are the LGA 1700s. There's only a single length of threads on these, so it doesn't matter which way they go. If it threads in, it's the right one. That's that. It's going to be tight when it comes down to it. What is in there? There we go. 3, 4. Once those stop spinning, they're done. All right, stand that up, set it back off to the side. Going to grab our cooler. Now, as far as where we're going to mount said cooler, I think we're going to go, yeah, so I think we're going to end up going here instead of up top. I think that's going to be a better choice here. That way we put our reservoir tank at the top so we can keep bubbles up there. On my personal build, I have the larger version of this case. I did my custom loop with the radiator at the top. So, just mentally making sure this is what I want to do before I lock into this. I'm wondering here. Let's find out. I have this suspicion that this will actually fit here. And then we can do something a little bit different. Let's get this off of here. We can do like a full pass through on this. I do believe that'll work. Let's see how well this works. Yeah. So the reason that I'm thinking about putting it back here rather than up front or up top is because I want to get cool air onto the radiator as soon as possible. There. And the best way to accomplish that is by putting it near an intake. Only thing we're gonna have a problem with, yeah, this isn't gonna work. It's pushing a little bit too much on, no, never mind, that'll work. Yeah, I think we're gonna do this. So these fans are gonna be pulling this way. So we're gonna pull cool air directly from the back, which has a vent specifically for this, get it into this case. This is a Lee & Lee 011 Dynamic. This is the original. So let's just set that down for a moment. I might end up regretting this, but we'll see. We'll see. That's all we can do. So whenever we look at fans, I always try and remind everyone, if you can see this part, the top of the fan, air is going to flow into that. You flip it over, if you can see this, air is going to come out this side. So, unfortunately, these guys that I put on here are going to be put on here like this. Unless, I'm going to reverse what I just said. No. Nope, we're gonna go with it. We're gonna go with it. I changed my mind again. Come mid. I'm being picky because I want this thing to look good. Go like that. So I am, when it comes to computer builds like this, I am like 80% aesthetic and 20% function. But when it comes to the function, like when we're referring specifically to the function of cooling one of the hottest processors Intel's ever made, I'm going to lean a lot more towards function over style, honestly. Because I want this thing to run like a beast. and to stay cool basically no matter what he ends up doing. I'm glad you do top mounts. So the reason that I'm mounting this specifically the way that I am, and I kind of explained this in case you missed it, is because instead of having bubbles inside the radiator, we now are going to have bubbles inside the end tank of the radiator, where they will never be a problem and they will never airlock one of the lines, which I've had happen when you have it horizontally mounted. Because honestly, if the radiator is not completely full from factory, obviously you're going to have issues with air here and there. So I do everything I can to minimize that, and by putting the radiator at the top, air is lighter than water. The end tank is where the air will collect, especially with some good shakes. Once AMD releases the Zen 5 chips and works all the bugs out, I have, like, my diagnostic PC is a Ryzen 7. I have run Ryzen 7s on and off. I like Intel's stuff. I like AMD stuff. I just like computer stuff. No, they are stained. So you'll be able to, you can very clearly in person see that they are stained from vape juice or from cigarettes. Nothing damaged about them. Other than that, they are going to perform exactly the same. Yeah. All right. And then each of these fans' cables will go neatly through these holes. There we go. No, there's zero performance, affected performance. The fans themselves are within 1% performance of one another. So the other thing that I was mentioning is because this came with a Corsair Commander, and we can only use 6 of these fans, we're going to be able to eliminate some of the stuff that Artisan decided to put into this build originally, which is going to be nice. 4 cats worth of hair. Yeah, there's still a lot of cat fur in this, not gonna lie. My allergies started going a little bit haywire. I was like, all right. So because we're gonna have a bunch of free space up here, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna attach this right now. And it's gonna be, I personally am okay with thermal paste that's on here. For this CPU specifically, I'm going to add a little bit more. Oh, it's okay. I'm used to dealing with it all the time. I'm just going to gently scent that there. And the reason I'm going to add a little bit more is because I want to create a zone where we have as much thermal contact as possible. Because the last thing you want with these guys is runaway heat because there's not enough thermal compound. All right, and then we're going to put these on here. Hand tight. 1, 2. And I wish you would have told me this case was pink. Because I would have then ordered everything pink. To match your aesthetic. This is a pink case. Yeah. Yes. Pink. White. Pink. Yeah, I mean, it's really, really hard to tell. But this is white. That is pink. Yeah, once everything is in here, you're not really going to be able to tell, but yeah, everyone in this chat surprisingly has their own opinions on thermal compound. I personally swear by the NTH1 from Noctua. I love this stuff. We have some people that like the Arctic thermal paste. We have people that like the Thermal Grizzly thermal paste. Like, it's surprising. All right, let's cable manage this. Up, under, CPU pump. There. And this is going to come out over here. Kingpins. Yeah, Kingpin stuff is super nice. It's just also really expensive. Yeah, everyone thinks it's white. This is a pink case. Like 100% a pink case. Like, the more white things I put next to this case, you could really see the difference. I think the easiest way to tell, let's look at a large piece. That compared to that. It almost looks blue on camera. Let me see if I can fix the white balance here, so you guys can actually see. There you go. That's pink. This is white. I mean, you can really see it when I do that. That's the wrong way. Crank up my saturation all the way. Yeah, that's just, everything does look orange when I do that. So yeah, you can. It's quite pink, like surprisingly pink. All right. So we got that in there. We have that run. Let's. What do we want to do next? What do I want to do next? I want to install our memory. Then we're going to have to put all of those screws back in something, because we ended up needing far less of them than we normally do. All of these screws and washers going into a bag. So I think the easiest way to describe this color would be like you were driving by a truck carrying pink paint, and you smelled the paint, and that's the pink that you got. It's like when you drink, like, what was it, LaCroix? There's like, you're driving by a strawberry field. You think you smell strawberry, and that's what you're tasting in the water. That kind of deal. You can kind of argue with me if you'd like, but this is a pink case. Yeah, no, they offered a pink case for a short time. It's not the vibrant pink, but it might have even been something that was unique to artisan builds. Yeah, this case is very pink. Very, very pink. All right, so we got that installed. Let's install our memory. It's not punch you in the face pink. It's barely there pink. All right, and as a reminder, with your memory, always install your memory into the slots recommended by your motherboard manufacturer, and always do your peels. In this case, it is slot 2 and slot 4 to be populated first. There's that one. I'll have to put that in there backwards. Okay, and then we have another peel right here. Okay. And right now, go ahead and pull this out. Yeah, even looking at this came directly from Lee and Lee. Like the color difference is quite apparent. So this had to be something that Artesian Builds worked out with them 100%, because this is not white. I wish there was a better way for me to get it across to you on camera. All right, so this guy goes like so. Just line this up, and we have to get screws in here somehow. And we're going to go right to there. Checking to see if there's anything I need to do on the bottom. I don't think there is. Yeah, it's going to look white. White, you mean? All right, let's get these guys in here. 1. 2. 3. 'That would have been on Bryce to do. Mr. Woods. 2. Last one. All right, and this is going to work out quite nicely. There is 2 additional slots here for these back planes. So we're going to put, go ahead and put, he's going to be color matched again. We're not going to have these random black ones that definitely came from a different case. Like definitely came from a different case. There you go. Man, I wish. Hello, Nabe. I'm going to post it in the Discord. Figured this is going to be the best way for you guys to really, really see. And then once I post it in the Discord, I'll link it out into the chat so you guys can actively see this thing. There you go. So there you can really, really, really see just how pink that actually is. Yeah, this camera up here is not doing it justice. Just how pink it actually is. It's not like slap you in the face pink, but it is definitely pink. All right, so that's over there.
Don't think of cotton candy.
Yeah. Well, they can see it now. I posted it up so they can actually see everything. It doesn't look bad.
No.
It's just pink. Yeah. But now that I've told you, that's all you're going to be able to see. Okay. Let's get our last 3 fans in up top. And then we're going to get this bad boy flipped. And then start doing our cable management in the back, because other than that, everything up front is done. All right, so upper fans. All right, and these fans are going to be set for exhaust. Ooh, can we fit it? We can't, and there's not enough room to fit one in the back. All right. These guys are going to be exhausting. So we can pull all the heat that's being pulled into this case out. You can, I got it. No, this, I was talking about this. You gotta hit this button. Cables to the back. Cables to the back. We're going to see how big that 4070 Super actually is in this case. And we might toss one more fan in here at the bottom. Maybe. It's a maybe right now. All right, that's in there. 2 more screws. UPSs are fine. Nothing wrong with UPSs. Like, I have UPS on every computer that I own so that if I'm in the middle of doing something and I lose power, I at least have that brief moment to turn it off, which is the whole point of them. All right, let's pull cables through these holes. Is there a different way I can go with this? Oh, yeah, definitely. I'll show you guys. I'm going to do something here. I will do it in a moment. And you guys will be able to appreciate what I'm going to do. Pull that through. All right. Lay this back down. So instead of actively running the cable... Oh, you know what? I can actually go up a little bit so you don't see this cable at all. Go up a little bit higher. Because that's still the same... Still the same holes. Goes to the same place. Yeah. You guys ain't gonna see no cables up here. Beautiful. All right. So what I'm gonna do is this cable right here. What I'm gonna do is it's gonna come over this. I'm gonna remove this screw. I'm going to lift, and as long as there's no components directly underneath this on the board, which there's not, I'm just going to do that. So now, instead of having this cable run up this way, where it would be more visually present, we're just going to have the cable run that way. And it keeps it looking a little bit neater, just a wee bit. So, that's all of our fans installed at this point. And just visually looking at it, unless you're looking for them, you're really not going to be able to see cables. All right. I am curious, so we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to go ahead and get this installed now. This is our riser cable. Let's get that actually installed. I want to see exactly how big this 4070 actually looks in here. This is not a permanent placement because there's cables that we need to run behind it, which we'll do momentarily. How many fans do you want? Yes. That's generally my rule of thumb. I want to put as many fans into a computer as I can. All right, so this, keep in mind, this is the slim design, ladies and gentlemen. This is the slim design. So, the most fans I've ever put in a build, there was a guy, it was that $10,000 computer that Naz and I built for that guy. He did photography for NBC. And he wanted to be able to render 24/7 without killing the inside of the computer temperature-wise. I think we put 20 fans in it. It was a full-size case, so it was 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it was 16 fans. Yeah. But it was a full-size case, so it was one of the ones that they're usually about 2 feet by 2 feet. Yeah, because where this is sitting now, there was room for. Then all of the storage was in the back of the case. I believe the case was a server case. Yeah, because he was constantly what the guy did for a living. Like I said, he worked for NBC, so he was constantly. This is some of the most delicate peels. He was constantly receiving and rendering footage from like different sources, and it was huge files, even back in the day. So on here, there are, it doesn't look like it, but there are actual peels on here. You just got to be very careful. See? Very, 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 very careful peels. I do believe it was a server case. The guy's like, I want fans. I don't care what it sounds like. I'll drill a hole in my wall to run the video cables through. I want this thing to stay cool and be able to run 24/7. Funny story. My 1080 Ti that I ran for the longest time, that's actually sitting up there in that computer right now, that you can see the radiator sticking out of. So that radiator right there is a liquid cooled Aorus 1080 Ti that I ran in my computer for 5 years. The guy came in right after the 20 series launched, bought the exact same 20 series card from Aorus, and then was like, you guys can just have this. Here you go. And I was like, awesome. All right, so now this is where some of the interesting things are gonna start transpiring. This is the first time I've actually put a video card vertically in this case. So that's in there. So, Mr. Bryce, this is what she's gonna look like. That is a sexy build. This is a 4080 Super. .4080 Super. Yeah, we will never in our lifetime see another GPU that is as good as the 1080 Ti was for the price, ever. That was an anomaly that Intel will never, ever allow to happen again. Yeah, I'm excited. This is looking good. I wish it was a little bit more rigid. Yeah, NVIDIA. Did I say Intel? I meant to say NVIDIA. My brain is super scattered today. I've been saying the wrong thing all morning. Bradenton PC Repair, this is Chris. How can I help you? Hello? Yeah, the 1080 Ti is something that NVIDIA will never, ever, ever, ever let come to market again. Yeah, it definitely will. All right, so here we are. Let's begin this journey. So we're going to pull all of our fan cables out of the way because we're not going to do anything with the fan cables yet. Because we need to come through and with all of our fan cables, what I like doing is you take your fan cable, you gently take your thumbnail or any other nail and you just run your finger up while straightening out all of the kinks they have. Just like that. And now we have a fan cable that wants to stay straight. Look at that. Doesn't want to go anywhere. It doesn't want to kink and curve on itself. It wants to stay straight. So you should do this with your fans right out of the box. So that way, whenever you decide to cable manage, it'll be a little bit easier. But we're not doing those right now. I want to get all these peripherals plugged in. All of these things that actually need to get plugged in. And then we will cable manage all of these fans and the Corsair Commander. And I think because we're going to have a lot of stuff down here, we might go here with the power supply, seeing as you can put the power supply in either. All right, there's all of our fan cables. And this build also is going to have a single SATA hard drive. He donated it to me. I take old computers, refurbish them, and donate them to veterans. And just give them away. All right, and HD audio is going to go there. We're going to go under here. Front panel is going to go there. USB 3, USB-C. Except for you don't have to pay taxes on what I give you. All right. And that goes in there. That goes in there. HD audio. Ow. I'm being stabbed. Ow. I'm being stabbed. There we go. That was in there. Let's get our front panel connectors plugged in. We have power switch. The hard drive LED, which is always a fun one to watch. And then our power switch light. So that's it. That's other than CPU power cables. That's everything that's going on the front of this case. We are gonna utilize this. This is something from Artesian. This will go here. There we go. There we go. Continuing with our white theme. Welcome back. All right, let me grab the power cord for that real quick. Pop this open, and then we will know where all of our cable management stuff needs to happen. Because we're going to need to do the power cord for the video card as well. And I want to see if this actually comes with the 16. Yes, it does. So we will be able to not use the adapter. All right. No, we don't want that. You have to remember I have to use a single SATA cable as well. Not that. Was this for the back? All right, here's CPU. We're going to use both CPU powers. We're going to need that. We're going to need that. Where's my other CPU power? I need one of those. Should be that one, right? Nope. Where is the other CPU power? There it is. One of the few instances where I wish we actually were able to mount this in the front of the case, because I like how that looks. My guess on the cost of the 5000 series cards is going to be this, and I'm going to say this now. We are May 17th, 2024, so NVIDIA is going to release those cards. They're going to be the same price point as the 4000 series when they came out. And the reason is because the price point when they came out was higher than it is currently, except for the 4090. So I really, really don't think we're going to see a price decrease, and they're going to be more expensive than the cards currently are. So it's still going to be, they're still going to make plenty of bank. All right, cables. That's going to go in the rear. Rear. Front. Front. So let's get this. Hello. You can just leave it up here. All right. Name's Chris.
Can you sign?
Yep.
Thank you.
I don't think this is for me. This isn't mine. That's suite 204. It's mine.
Let me see. It's nice dollar watch.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Mail time indeed. That was mail. All right. All right. So we need to get this in here. We're going to go through there. Thank you for the subscription, Master. One of them is going to be a computer, Emily. One's going to be a fanless computer. And then the other one should be a battery and some SSDs. There's one. When I get done, Emily. Was that you, Tech? Well, whoever it was, thank you. All right, so we got white up there, and then the last cable that's going to be on the front, it's going to be this cable. This is our 16-pin. Why do I keep saying 16? It's the 12-volt high power. It's not 16 pins. And that's going to go right there. I can do it. Right. So when this is in this case, it's going to be sitting like that. So this needs to go like this. All right. That in there. Oh, that's fun. Sproing. All right, and then this. Yeah. So this is going to come up and come like that into the top of the GPU. That, officially, is all of the cables for the top of this build, for the front of this build. So this is what we're going to end up looking like. So let's get this rat's nest figured out for what we're going to end up doing here. Get all our fans out the way. That out the way. Move, move. Yep, this is my office. Fans, fans, fans. All right. Let's pull out my favorite tool. Ah, feels so good. Start cable managing. Make sure these are stacked in an appropriate way based on where they are going. So that one's going all the way down. That one's going all the way down. Gonna go like that. That. All right. Start managing down. We have a little bit of overlap here. At least this time we're not trying to put Corsair Commander with Noctua fans and then the connectors just don't work together. Zach's build is so nice except for those fans. Just curious what you get for $1,000. In this build, for $1,000, this. In an actual build, do I have a exclamation point 850? Will be a good idea to give you right around that $1,000 mark. Yeah, exclamation point 850. Uh-oh, tech, is it broken? I'm just noticing that it's not really talking that much. Did you change what it was by chance? I think it's commands. I think it's multiple. But yeah, if you want to know what $850 gets you, that's what 850 gets you. Guys, stop being so polite to each other. We're all here to learn, including me. We all like learning. All right, try not to pull that back too much, Chris. All right, so that is cable 1. Cable group 1, we'll call it. Now, this is going to go to an SSD. So that's going to an SSD. Let's do our fans. So kind of like what I was talking about here. Sorry, you guys really can't see too amazingly well here. So we're going to grab our cables. We're just going to run our finger along them. Straighten the cable out. By straightening the cable out, it makes it a lot easier. Makes it a lot easier to actively group them and make them look as if they were a single cable, which is what we're going to do here in a second. You know, it's not a bad idea doing the exclamation point builds and then having it list out some of the builds that I've done, because I have a whole playlist of builds. You want to do that, Tech? Exclamation point builds and have it linked to my builds YouTube playlist. For around $1,000, you can feel like you can squeeze. Yeah, probably. If you're looking at the 850 build specifically, That was specific to what the guy was trying to do, and as far as like the parts, and we were just improving upon what he came with, and that was the whole point of it. All right. Next one, same deal. Give it a good straightening. It'll make the rest of this look a lot better. And we're putting a little friction in it as well, which is a little bit of heat, which helps with the coating that's on there as well for it to straighten out. So same deal. We're going to do all of these guys. This is going to come under. There we go. Have I? No, I've only ever done the Raspberry Pi. Isn't that the 4000D? Do they actually have a wood panel for that now? I know that Fractal does. Do a propane powered computer. Propane powered performance powerhouse. It's crazy how something as simple as that, you can already see how much nicer this is actually going to look. All right, let's do this. 1, 2, 3. Let's get all of these cables together. Down here. It's going to go above this. Might as well do that now. Zip tie. You want something that's unreliable and didn't sell well at the time, is what you're saying? I was thinking more along the lines, Tech, of just linking it to my YouTube builds playlist rather than the price ones. I like that idea better. Let's get these cables stacked the way they should be. Tighten it down and start pulling it back. This cable's getting aggravating for me. This PC was quite dirty when it came in, so we're just taking some precautions. So this isn't a new build. This is a rebuild. All right, so that's how we're going to turn the front cables into a single solitary looking cable here. So you guys can zoom in a wee bit. So we got it, and now we're going to go through and we're just going to stack them all the way down to the end. So we have a single bundle of cables rather than 20 cables just floating all over the place. And once you have one part of it done, it actually becomes pretty easy to do the rest of it, because then we can just toss zip ties on, slide up, and adjust. Our stack going. Do one every few inches. And now I'm gonna say something that I tell people all the time. Cable management is what you put into it. No one's ever gonna see it. You just know it's there. So you put the effort into it that you feel that your computer deserves. And I feel like this computer deserves a lot of effort. So we got to make sure we're not overlapping here. There we go. In all honesty, I could probably take these gloves off now. There you go. Sure, absolutely. And then we will rip it apart and make it as good as we can. If you want to post if someone wants to post the list, because I'm not going to be able to stop what I'm doing to look at it, and I can just read it from the chat, make suggestions. All right, there's that. Did that one have a screen on it? I didn't think it had a screen, did it? Oh yeah, it did, didn't it? This one doesn't have a screen. That would have added another $150 to this build, which is crazy to think about. Looking for a budget 1440p machine for like 900 or less with new parts. All right, someone post the link or post the list. Yeah, he also went with unfortunately went with a company that ended up not being great, which you had no idea. No one really knew how bad that whole thing was going to be until it really started hitting the fan. So that. We got one cable that's trying to buck the system here. There we go. This is why you straighten your cables. Because now all of this can just go to the commander. Yeah, I'd say that was like the warranty thing was is definitely one part of it, but like just the fact that they didn't care is I think the thing that really got me. All right, so there we go. So now we've turned all of those cables into a single cable, and we'll get it cleaned up. Yeah. And now that's ready to go into a commander. And we just got to do it one more time with the cables with the fan from up top. Welcome back, Emily. So 12400F, Thermalright Assassin Cooler, Gigabyte B760M, DDR4 3200 CL16, Western Digital Black SN770, RX 7700 XT, Deep Cool Matrix 40 case, MSI 650 watt power supply. Okay. So just looking at the list, what's the price difference between the 7700 XT and the 7800 XT? And what is the current price of that build? So we can see where we can possibly either save you money or So there's a $30 difference. So why wouldn't you want to go with the 7800 if it's only a $30 difference? Are we right at the... So it's 870. Okay. So that gives you a little bit of headroom for shipping and other stuff. I mean, it's not a bad build, honestly. Like just looking at the parts. So it's about $80 difference. Oh, okay. You're all good, Master. Yeah, because you need a little bit higher end power supply. I would. All right. So just looking at this so far, two things I would definitely change right off the top. I would get rid of the MSI power supply, and I would get away from the Western Digital SSD, and go with something else. So those two things were like just red flags for me right away. Go with a Super Power, Flower. Yeah, Super Flower. I thought I said it right. It just doesn't sound right. Corsair power supply is fine. Super Flower is fine. Seasonic is another good one. I would just stay away from MSI power supplies in general. So that might affect your budget there. And then the Western Digital SSDs, we have this channel, we have a deep, deep hatred of anything Western Digital because we've seen so many, not only customers lose data, but I've personally lost data. And yeah, they're just overall not good. I don't trust them. Unless it's their archival grade quality stuff, I don't trust them. Stay away from MSI power supplies specifically. And, you know, MSI is having some ups and downs with stuff. Seagate is the worst. You have, so other options in the hard drives. You have, I don't know, my brain just wanted to say Seasonic again. But no, Samsung, if you can still find any good Intel ones, not the Optane, and then Sabrent are the ones I kind of recommend. I stock Samsung drives here. It's one of the things in these boxes that just came in. Yeah, I'm just saying, let's say, if you can still find some of the old Intel SSDs, I liked them. I never had problems with them. So Tech probably can go through that list, make some suggestions based on like what I would do. See if there's a huge price difference. I've seen MSI stuff fail at a weird rate lately. Like we even have the exclamation point, shut up, master. We have the exclamation point MSI pre-built computer that came with literally zero thermal paste right out of the box. So, yeah. Thermal paste is optional. It's definitely not. Well, MSI seem to think so. Got to save a buck however you can, right? I was just talking about that when it comes to these builds. You sell enough computers without thermal paste, eventually you'll get there. All right, we're almost done with these cables. Getting close, getting close, getting close. You can see how like neat and tidy this ends up being when everything is said and done with this. And how easy it is to just keep extending this down the line. It's going to be an interesting video to edit in the end. And I know that because I did a lot of cleaning. It's going to probably be one of my longer YouTube vids I've done in a minute. But it'll probably be another couple months before it ever actually makes it out there. Just because of how my editing schedule is. So that's coming in here. Top. Next. Going on here. Starting to get to the point where we have to make sure all the cables are flipped over the right way at the end. 'Cause otherwise, you're going to start getting stuff out of order. Yeah. Back that up a little bit. Yeah, that messed that up. All right, let me cut that off of there. Sure. Post it in the Discord, in the general chat, and tag me in it. Probably the best thing to do. So that way I can properly respond to it. Song requests? No. I generally don't play music during these. That way it doesn't mess up because I turn all of these builds and stuff into YouTube vids, so I generally try not to play music during them because it really messes with the overall video. All right, and then one more zip tie, and this guy is ready to go. And then we can get this plugged into the commander. So the content that I make for YouTube is literally just builds and repairs. More than likely, it was probably this. Whenever they run, there's a questionable massage company next to me. And whenever they run their microwave to heat their body oil, it messes with my microphone. So hopefully it hasn't been breaking up too badly. All right. So we now have, this is all of our fan cables right there. That's why I love doing that. Now let's do our power supply next. We're going to get that in, get that plugged in. I think we're just going to go down here like normal. Power supply, get our screws for our power supply. No, I've never been over there. Strange, whenever I mention that, everyone always asks that question. Have you ever been over there? No. The only time I went over there was when they were having problems with their AC, and I was helping them with their AC unit because we have a share, like this unit and the unit next to mine used to be a single unit, so there's still some ducting that crosses back and forth. So I just have to make sure they're not messing with my stuff. Whenever they're having a problem. I wonder if I could do that. I think that's going to look better. We're going to swap some screws here from what was on this, from the black. We're going to switch this over to silver entirely because all of the external screws on this otherwise are silver. So let's silver. All right, cool. When I have a couple seconds here, or when I get done, I'll take a look. We'll look at the Discord. Because we have another, right after this, we have another computer to work on right away. Some parts came in for. And we're going to check out that fanless build. I am doing fantastic today, Holden. How about yourself? It's good to see you, man. It's been a little bit. I've been editing a lot of videos lately, and you just keep popping in for like a couple minutes here and there. It's always hilarious. Good to see you too, Emily. All right, so let me see. Let me make sure I got it. Gen chat. Sure, we can do that. It's hard. Are you speaking like when you're saying like have them do builds? Are you talking about have them do like PC part picker builds? Or are you talking about actually having them build them out entirely and then I judge them at that point? This is a Lee and Leo 11 dynamic. Thank you for the subscription. All right, so this is the Corsair power supply where instead of having all of the cables, come on, there's a peel here I'm trying to get. All of the cables coming out the back, they come out the top. So the kind of cable manage this a little bit different. So let's see what we're going to end up looking like. And these are the new Corsair. You can kind of see these are they're the small boys. When you're used to like the full size connectors, these are relatively small. So let's get that in here, get that in here. Make sure this is pulled through all the way. Sure, which thing? Oh, are you saying what I asked? Were you suggesting? Oh, here we go. Sorry, you guys aren't going to be able to see for like 2 seconds. But I have to remember I can do this. So are you suggesting physically have them purchase the parts and build them, and then I judge them? Or just have them submit, build ideas, and then judge them? Because one of those is pretty financially viable for a lot of people. The other one isn't. All right. So we're gonna do something to minimize how much cable we actually have sitting out. We'll plug that in. We will plug in these guys. Our big motherboard power connector. Our little power connector. Then we are going to bring in our CPU. So PCI CPU. PCI CPU. So we might end up shifting this power supply up because of the way these cables work. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and pull the trigger on that, and we'll do that. No, submit the first one would be pricey. Yeah, that's fine. I can definitely do that. No, Emily, it is not me. People like it happens all the time. And you can see when it's happening, I'm actively working. Oh, thank you, Rain Man. Oh, this is the first time ever in the history of my stream I've had a hype train. So this is my concern with this. When we start getting up top here, you can see we're going to have a problem because these cables aren't going to want to line up. There's a lot going on. So yeah, submit build lists, and then we can critique those build lists and pick a winner. What would the winner get? Like who gets the best? Like what would the criteria be? Like what's the best performance for the money? What is the best like overall computer, I mean, it really, I guess we can set our own rules with that. Yeah, so this case has two spots. I can choose here or I can choose here. Alternatively, there is this normally sits either here or here. So you can choose to mount them in either location. I'm really questioning where I want to put this now. Because we're going to have this. So that doesn't look bad, but I'm going to have to rethink how I'm doing these cables a little bit. So let's try that, because I think it'll keep the rest of this looking pretty clean. Unhook, I say. I don't either, which is why we're gonna do something a little bit different. I don't like putting strain on power cables like that. But if we go like this, those ones will be fine. This is going to come up like so. We just got to make sure we have... Ooh, this thing... Alright, we just lost it. We're not going to be able to do it because of this cable. So we're going with the bottom. So back to the default. This cable is the high power for the video card. Yeah. I could see that. I definitely could see that. So we have, because this cable, NVIDIA specifically said, never bend this cable at 90 degrees. All-time record shattered. Thank you for whoever's doing this. I appreciate it. So NVIDIA specifically said, do not bend this cable at 90 degrees. So that means on the front, down here, this cable, when it comes up, I have to have enough room so that I can make a nice gentle loop. Because if I can't make a nice gentle loop, then we're going to have a kink and we're going to put undue strain on the connector for the video card. And we don't want that, because that is what leads to fires with these, or not fires, but like shorts and damage to video cards, which is ultimately the thing that we want. Going back here, an abundance of caution and that it still look good. All right, so back to this. We're going to have these two guys coming this way. We're going to toss a zip tie around this right now. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. You like when things light on fire. All right, well, we'll see you when you get back. I'll be here for another couple hours. Okay. All right. So this is going to go over to here. And we will cable, we're going to cable manage these a lot more. Let's get this cable out of the way. I love being able to call that a cable. Just up and over there. This one is going to come up. These guys are going to go together. There's one there. We'll do it like this. that. There's that. Ooh, what we can do is we'll do we'll start putting wax seals on people's computers. Actually, that gives me a really good idea for a way to like brand my cases. That. Do that. Instead of doing like a regular sticker, we'll do a wax seal. Fold this one more time. Mm-hmm. Yep. Wax ring with the wolf head. I actually like that idea. No, there's one more flip. We got to do one more flip. Because what we're trying to do is we're just trying to keep this looking like that. There we go. And then we can just, there we go. I think we're gonna end up using a big boy here, but I just wanted to get that like that for now. That guy goes right over here. Yeah, this. There we go. Look at that. It's starting to look tasty. And then the last one we have to do is this guy, which is, let's do the rear one first. 5-pin. Four-pin. There we go. That is about as good as that's going to get. Now, the thing that we have to remember with this is once we tighten this down, there's going to be a bracket right there. So let's see where that bracket is going to sit. Because we have a single SSD. So that's where that's going to go. It's going to pop off this way. So this wants to be down farther. Let's see here. Let's see if we can do this the other way. Maybe this way. Pull those out. So we'll probably undo this a little bit. See if I got more silver screws so I can put this back in there. But we're really starting to get tight in there. No. I like regular old-fashioned zip ties. I don't know why. Maybe it's because my business partner used to yell at me all the time for using them. Because zip ties make it incredibly difficult to make changes after you've already put them on. And for 1, 2, 3, 4. Or maybe it's because every time he wanted to go rearrange something in the office, you would have to cut zip ties because I zip tied cables to legs of tables. It's probably it though. Something looks says, yeah, we're going to need to make some adjustments. based on where this power supply is. You got the silver. Yeah, so we're gonna have to undo some of these waves that I just put in here. And what do you think looks wrong? And I'm not liking where these cables are coming out. But it is what it is. The black box was in here. This is where your hard drives were stored. It's also where they had all of the fan controllers adhered to. So let's cut this. We're gonna have to redo this because this is gonna be a little bit too tight in there. Let's relieve a little bit of the stress that's down there. We might have to have two separate bundles. Do that on the inside. Nah, it's going to stay back there. Yeah, it's the only black thing. So my other option... My other option is to remove that entirely, because I'm not a fan of this thing being in here. My other option is going to be double-sided tape for the commander and this, which I think I think I can just straight up do that. And then you wouldn't be able to see it. It's just, it's not the correct quote-unquote mounting point for this. And then the commander has to come. Let's see where this is going to go. If I do this way. So we'll do that. Do that. That would probably be fine. If you don't have a problem with it, Mr. Woods, like I can just double-sided foam tape these up here, and then I can remove this, and that gives us a little bit more breathing room for everything. If he doesn't respond in the next 30 seconds, I'm just going to pull the trigger. It's like he has to work or something. It's not safer. Like, that's not the issue. The issue is going to be, like, if heat starts building up in the case, that's a place where heat can potentially just continue to build. So you'll have a hot spot there. I don't see it being unsafe in any sort of way. And eventually you're going to want to replace this hard drive with SSDs, with NVMEs, or M2s anyways. Did you say that there was more? NVMEs in here? So did you want to put these other hard drives in here, this Samsung and this other... you want to put both of these in here? What's on these things? Because that'll change things up if you actually want to use these. Yeah, I got the NVMe out of there. That was the Western Digital. So what do you want to do with these? Because that will change things right now. Because we're now going from that. Maybe we put this here then. And go like that. And then these guys will go up here. Yeah, in theory you'd want it to be this 970. So was there anything on these? Okay, so we'll figure this situation out, and I'll install this. As long as it's good, everything should be fine. So let's go back to what we were doing here. So we can get... I'm gonna have a little bit more freedom with these cables again. Let's do these guys. Yep, pulled it out. And we'll figure out what's going on. Yes, I do. I installed your NVMe from your old motherboard directly into this motherboard. I just pulled this one out of the old motherboard box. We'll figure that out because I have to do this before I install the video card. Yeah, this is going to be a real nice build. All right, so there's that. We're going to fold this. So that has a... Ooh. Ah. What, Emily? He can pick it up when I'm done with it. I mean, he could sure try and pick it up now. He just probably wouldn't be happy with the fact that it doesn't work. And we still need to make changes to the BIOS to adjust. Yeah, just that good? That what you're talking about? All right. All right, we have access to all 4 of these. We're going to need at least 2 to come out, so I need to undo this. This was a mistake. This is going to come back up this way because we're going to need 2 up here. So we'll need those 2. Those will be for the hard drives that we have up there. So let's put one there. I bet. Yeah, and we'll get some good shots of the cable management on this one because like these fan cables, I'm always proud when I do these. I love the way that they look when I get done. But you're not going to have that much longer, seeing as almost every fan manufacturer is now going to the, we have one connector. That's fine. It makes my life a little bit faster as well. All right, so there is everything going to the top. So that's all of those cables. And then these ones, this is just this. I am not going to put any sort of pressure on this. This is going to be the cable for the video card. We have a single SATA cable, so I'm going to need to grab a SATA cable. I know there's one in this box. Thankfully, they give us one. Yeah. Nah, it's nothing complicated, man. I just need to make sure that the SATA cables that we have to go with this are just going to be long enough. That's all. That plugged in. All right, yeah, and then we'll zip tie these guys together, and they're going to come all the way up to here, and we'll figure this out going backwards because these guys are going to need to be together because that's what these are for. Back in my day. So I normally, I don't really praise Linus Tech Tips for innovating. They do a lot of interesting and cool things. I like a lot of their products. I watched a video of theirs last night that made me want to spend money on a larger resin 3D printer. They are printing water cooling tubes with SLA. Like, I don't know why I never thought of it. But that's awesome. You can have any length. You can, well, not theoretically any length. You can have any kind of angles and curves, things that wouldn't have been possible before without, additive manufacturing. It's just wild. No, Emily, I'm not going to spend money on one. Like you can, so with resin print, so this is resin, right? This is a resin print that I did. The way resin is printed is it's molecularly bonded together with light. These things are extremely, extremely water resilient. If you get a hole, you just put water resistant super glue in it and then put resin on top of it and cure it with UV. So unless you're getting up to like extreme temperatures, you're never ever going to have a problem. All right, this cable is actually just going to get wrapped on itself. That's what we're doing here. Because this cable isn't going anywhere. Yeah, SLA are liquid. The FDM are the ones where... Do I have anything FDM over here right now? I don't think I do. FDM is where everything's built up layer by layer going around. Sure, but think about it. If I wanted to enter like some sort of like build competition, I could just do that and submit it and be like, yeah, these are all custom runs, custom water tubes. And getting your measurements would be good. Your bends would all be 90s. All right. That's tightened up. And positive lock. And we just pull this cable back through. All right, this is where we're going to start running into a little bit of, I don't want to call it lack of room. And we're just going to have to be aware. Because now we're starting to get into the realm of everything is starting to fit into place, which is awesome. We just want to make sure nothing is looped over that shouldn't be. So now, let's get this. Yeah. There you go. I have a feeling you work in some sort of IT position like myself. Or you're running a small business. All right, so that's coming through there. Let's get these guys plugged in. It's going to work out actually kind of nice. Happy little accidents. Bob Ross of Cable Management. So now, one's going to go there. One's going to go there. Hopefully I just thought about that. I don't know how much double-sided tape I have left. It is not much. I almost don't need to put any on this. Oh, you can't see it. There you go. And then, don't forget, remember how I said I'm doing basically all of this for nothing? This is going to be here. But my whole thing is, I know it's here. So it matters to me. All right, so next is our Corsair Commander. Now we'll get all of our fans plugged in. One at a time. 1, 2, 3. And to the other side. 1, 2, 3. And then this group. 1. Hello, was it Sohail? Yeah, I would just do nothing. Honestly, if someone asked me to do bad cable management intentionally, I'd be like, 1, put it in writing. Because I'm not having the internet flame me for that. 2, anyone can do bad cable management. You just don't do it. If you need me to help you, what do you need me to help you with? All right, so there's all those cables. And this guy is going to go there. And then we'll straighten all that out. Actually, we're going to go behind, aren't we? Yeah, we are. If I really wanted to get super duper there we go. We're going to go behind like so. These guys bundled together. So when you put your second RAM stick in your PC, it won't boot. And you have the DRAM and CPU light on. To boot, you have to use one RAM stick. Is it an AM4 motherboard? Or excuse me, an AM5 motherboard. So it is like is it a newer Ryzen computer? Yeah, they are obnoxious, but I think we're getting to the point where I've gotten used to dealing with their obnoxiousness pretty well. Okay. So I actually have a little short on this. Put it in there and then walk away for like 10 minutes. It is memory learning. Yeah, I ran into that exact same problem with another build that I did. Yeah, it's super annoying. I wonder if do I have that set as a. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, I don't have a short. on it. But yeah, that's probably what it is. It's probably memory learning. You're going down the rabbit hole again, Rain Man. So it's a brand new problem? And was it working previously? Yeah, Tech, I'm not going to be doing that. Yeah, I'm not gonna be doing that anytime soon, man. I want to get this build finished, and I got another computer to work on. But we can have it in the queue, and I will do it. You know that I will. I appreciate it. So when did you add the memory? Would be my question. All right, so this we're gonna have this come back up. We need to get to. What's the lowest one of these? We need to get to power up here. Okay, yeah, I want to get this build done. I've been working on it for several hours. I haven't yet. I'm excited. Okay, it happened after you hit the clear CMOS button. Then it could be as simple as turning XMP on or off. If there's a default setting for XMP that's on for some reason. Okay, the last cable we need to run. It's going to go out through there. All right, so we have one more cable to run, and then all of our cabling will be done back here. It'll be nice and neat behind there. So let's get, where did I set it? This guy. Which way do we go? Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. I forgot that this plate doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're not going to use it. This plate has like SSD holders. I forgot that they included that in these original ones. Mine is just a solid metal plate. To save myself a bunch of time. So you have to, like, if you go into, like, if you, I don't know if it works. Let's see here. The best thing to do, honestly, let's see if this works. Hop into the Discord, post up your exact problem, and then we'll give you a little bit more detail. But I would look at checking to see if XMP is enabled, and if it is, turn it off. That might fix your problem. So the SSDs are up here, Emily. You can't see them. But that's what the back of our PC looks like. This is a terrible design over here. Yeah. Beautiful. And we're not really hiding sins. We actually took the time and cable managed everything back there. So let's get this guy on here. And you can see we're going to have Plenty of room for airflow. Do need to blow these out. You can see there's a little bit of schmutz on there. Okay, it's disabled. What kind of motherboard is it specifically? It's an MSI Carbon Wi-Fi. No, it's fine. If you want to head down this way, I should be able to get this. I should have this done. You can come pick this up today. I just have to pack up all your stuff back into boxes and then just get into the BIOS and make some updates. If like you want to be here around say 5:30, unless you hear otherwise from me, be around 5:30. Cleaned up. Well, the OS stuff is, yeah, it should be fine. And if you want to wait till tomorrow, that's fine as well. I'm not going to rush you down here. Because the OS is already there. I'm going to boot it up right now, or not right now, in a couple seconds with the Western Digital drive in there. And then we'll format the rest of it. Yeah, it should not take long to do the rest of that. And this guy just needs to plug in right there. Yeah, if I was reinstalling Windows, it'd be a little bit different. Nope, it should just turn on. All right, let's go back to our top view. Now, before, just gotta angle some cables here. Spread that out. Before we go any further, we have everything plugged in. Make sure these are refined. There we go. And now we are going to install this and see what happens as far as operating system goes before we do anything else. So let me stand this up because I don't want to put pressure on that at a weird angle. And I have to make sure this cable has enough free play and length to get up here, which it does not. So we're going to end up in the back now. Yeah, not a bad idea. Like I said, if something changes, I'll give you a call and tell you to hold off. But for now, this should be fine. Come on. On here. Can't physically fit my hand back here. Is down in there. Release, I say. All right, so we need to adjust. We need to adjust this cable length a little bit. I need a little bit more. So let's go back to this view. Just need a little bit more cable length. Yeah, he needs a box. He's got so many boxes and boxes and boxes. Send that there. This cable. Need to manually get that like that. And that's where that should stay. My biggest concern right now is going to be that this CPU is not compatible with this motherboard right out of the box. And then I'm going to need to just install some drivers. And thinking about this, I'm going to go ahead and... that one. I'm going to go ahead and install this SSD in here now. Because then I can just go into the BIOS and choose the boot device. And then format this one. The one that is not your actual... the one that's not actually your boot drive. Weird angle. So let's get that in there. That way I don't have to worry about this again. Open. Toolless. Got to make sure we do our secondary peel. Like that. Don't even have to do a Windows repair. It's just going to install some stuff. We're going to install updated drivers. Which, you got to look for your paperwork. I don't know. If I don't have a pin for this, I can't get into the operating system. So I can't run updates. But we'll find out here in a second. Yes. Yep. Yep, we'll get that. We're going to have all this stuff installed and then yeah, that should be good. We have a peel we need to get off the back of this. Yeah, we'll look through your files and then yeah, just you can text it to my office number. I'll put it up here in a second. All right. Yeah, he said it still has user data on it. I'll let him make that determination. Not 100% liking this, the way they do this at this point. And to get these screws in here to tighten it up. And these guys. Though I'm pretty sure once I have these in here, this is going to be fine. Yeah, that looks pretty good. All right, we'll take a look at the Discord here and see if we can't give you some help. Where'd you put it? Gen chat? All right, so first thing to do is swap the memory slot. What's listed there for memory? Oh no. It's time to switch back over, unfortunately. We have exhausted the batteries for this today. The 941-567-4017. Yeah. That's the office number. All right, so we're going to a little bit lower audio quality here. Let me get these things charging. The bottle specifically for this headset, so I wouldn't be going through them. Very dead. I haven't charged them in a minute. Yep, the battery died in. All right, so that's in there. I need these here. Choose these. This one, 2. And now they're just the Duracell rechargeables. All right. That should be everything. Let's get this laid down. We don't have a airtight seal on the bottom here, which is good. That'd be bad right now, seeing as this is the intake. Let's see what she do. HDMI, USB, and out. All right. 3, 2, 1. And immediately I'm thinking that I'm going to need to pull this CPU and flash the BIOS. Maybe not. And on our Intel memory alert, I might replace this fan. It has a dead LED on it. That one. One LED that's not changing color at all. See here, it keeps not working here. We'll see here. Definitely not a first boot post, that's for sure. So don't have a speaker hooked up. There it goes. So we're loading into Windows. Definitely not what I wanted to do, but all right. So we got this in DRAM frequency auto, XMP disabled. Is there a screen there? So it's an MSI board. Is there a screen that shows all of your memory? Like it should be the home screen, I believe.
So on the same BIOS. Huh. Yep, it is. We have posted. Yep, so we are in Windows. Go ahead and give this a restart. Hello.
All right, sorry about that. So it does look like that. Looks like one of his memory sticks has died. They're not both in there. Like the Kingston. All right, so let's go into UEFI. And what we're going to do is we're going to find the settings the Intel recommended. All right, cool. So we're all up, we're all running. All right. Yeah, this GUI is kind of strange. All right, I need to find I need to get to Jay's 2 cents because I like see that 6 gigahertz is the processor speed, Emily. All right, so let's see first off what BIOS version. We're on F2. This is a gigabyte, and this is right. What motherboard is this again? The Aorus Z790. Yeah, AX Ice. Let's see what the most recent BIOS is. Yeah, Emily, we got a lot of stuff we got to do in here. It's reading both of them. It is reading both of them. More than likely, one of the memory, more than likely that memory channel died, or He's in Windows right now. He's in Windows with both of them in. Wait, is this the ICE 1.0 or the ICE 1.1? So right now, currently, he has two DIMMs in. To the latest. Where do I find out if this is 1.0 or 2.0? Revision 1. All right. Revision 1. So let's see what the latest BIOS is. The latest BIOS is F3. So let's go ahead and update the BIOS. See if this has the... See if we have the... The BIOS is currently a year old. So download. So this is not... So this is not going to have the correct... or the corrected BIOS numbers that Intel wants. So we're going to... So, yeah, I'm aware they weren't quite as bad, but we're going to... This is what Intel wants. Post this. This is what Intel wants you to be set for. Post that in there. This is what they want their settings to be. So we're going to match those settings. And we will do QFlash. Update BIOS. This thing, USB. It's on this. Go. Go. Yeah, I have a 13700K that I need to do that on. I have to undervolt mine. Like, it's still ripping quite a bit faster than it should be. No, we're just waiting. I'm quite happy with this. The way this looks, the way this came out. We will mess around with some lighting stuff here in a little bit. Go there, go from there. Well, while we're waiting, start cleaning up. This is Chris. How can I help you? No, that company went out of business. Yeah, we had a partnership with them. I'm down in Bradenton. There, they went out of business. Yeah, what's going on with it? Yeah. Alrighty. Yep. Bye. All right. Let me get this stuff boxed up and cleaned up real quick. Maybe I can stop stepping over things in my office. And our BIOS update looks like it finished. Support cables. This is going in here. This is going in here. This is gonna go in here. This is gonna go in here. That'll go in here. 2 seconds, and we'll dive back into that. I just want to get my office a little bit cleaned up. That's because I have this habit when I'm working on computers of just spreading everything out, just to make it easier on myself. That. Also, yeah, what's that? Cool. What are you for? I should probably read this. Mom? For boxes. Here you go, there. Right. Yes, you wanna just bring those back over here? Set them all these boxes that are up against the wall. What if they're doing those? The wheels not rolling. Yeah, it comes with this stuff. Yeah, it goes with that. Power cords, yeah.
People do all this stuff?
Yes. Figure out. This says, like, I'm trying to figure out what this does. Because all it says is B. That's all it says. This goes like this for some reason. I don't understand why Looks like it's only for Founders Edition cards. Yeah, I don't know. Do they? Yeah, I don't know why. Intel started streaming recently out of nowhere. More power to them. Yeah. Okay, look slightly more presentable. Oh, why did you not want them? Let's get back into the BIOS. Yeah, they just started doing it out of nowhere. I don't know what they're trying to promote. Ooh, it's white now. All right, so let's. We don't want to load the optimized defaults. We'll do that. Get my flash drive out of there. It's just what they decided to do, Emily. Where? Here. See if these things are called the same. We don't want. That's the like. We'll see what happens. I feel like that's going to be a problem, though. I wish all these manufacturers use the same names. Be too easy, though, right? Yep. Thank you, Emily. Enjoy having you here. So, oops, wrong button. What are these random names? CPU upgrade, enhanced multi-core performance, total limited power, can be configured manually due to option mechanism. You don't want these things. Yes, what? I'm just reading here. Yeah, that's basically what it is. I dislike this. So I'm wondering if these things look so bad. Like even the instructions directly from Gigabyte is just terrible. Yeah, that's valid. All right, let's see if we can find. So it's the CPU core cache current limit. Let me see if I can stop it. See if we actually have that. I hate that they change. Like I said, I hate that they change the names for manufacturer. CPU. Well, it's just auto, and it's saying, "Hey, we're plus minus what our targets are." What does that even mean? Yeah, I mean, what does that even mean? It's like you can go plus or minus. This is all fine. That's fine. Because right now I'm looking for CPU core cache current limit. It's got to be this. But I'm not seeing any of the numbers that I would expect to see here. Multi-core enhancements. So good. Yeah, I know. Yeah, because it's crazy because I know what I'm looking for, and it's just not here. Because and like it, they don't tell me what this does. It's quite aggravating. Okay. Like it is searchable, but yeah, I know what it's called. But what I'm trying to see is I'm trying to see how much voltage it's actually allowing through, and it just doesn't tell me. Because I want to limit the voltage to 280. There's nothing here. Thought maybe it was this, but that's not. I'll have to look it up. Because it pulls down power, Emily, plus it reduces possible crashing. None of these are what I'm looking. No, it doesn't. I just looked in there. There's literally nothing in there. Should be this. Intel. Oh, I hate like this is another reason that, like, shake my head at some of these guys. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for right here. V-Core protection should be what? I think it's 280. Not 400. Yeah. There's V-Core current protection. What is normal? Yeah. So this should drop this frequency. Yeah. Supposed to be set for 253. No, I'm right. The setting, the numbers should be the same though. Like we shouldn't be pumping 400. I'm not trying to say that the settings should be the same, but the names should be similar. Oh, what? It should mean the same things. See, this thing starts crashing now. Yeah, because like what I want to set this for is I want to set the package power limit. The package power limit to 232, the time to 448, PL2 to 232, and time to 448 is what I need to do. And that'll undervolt everything.
So I have like specific numbers that I'm trying to achieve here. And it's just like they're somewhere. All right, so let's see if we can find turbo power limits. Surprised that memory is actually running correctly now. All right, and this will be the last thing that we're going to do. And then we can pack this thing up and get it out of here. We'll play around with some of the light settings. So turbo power limits, package power limit. Where do we get the turbo power limits? Over here. Maybe I can search. Turbo power limits. Enabled. Where is this setting? Where I was before? Oops. So we'll enable the turbo power limits. So I want this 232. Oh, this can take forever. I have 80 gigs, Emily. Time 448. 232. Two 448. Okay. And I want V core voltage. That doesn't exist anymore. That doesn't exist anymore. You think it's? I think they put a dot now. This is all everything to do with V core voltage mode. Yeah, it's right there. What? Adaptive V core. It's random. I wonder if it was matching case. Internal V core offsets. Nope, we don't have that. Oh, it does. Internal CPU V core should be set to auto. vCore offset should be set to negative 0.08. That. And then lastly, it's going to be CPU ring voltage is going to be negative 0.2. It's not going to let me go negative. No, it's this one. And I want 0.02. And then we'll have to stress test it. One. All right. It should be undervolted now. Yeah, 0.088. Yep. That's what I'm shooting for. We'll see what happens here. And then we'll get into this. What fan? None of the fans are going slow, Emily. They just look like they're going slow. They're not. Yeah, I'll probably export the profile for him. Problem is, we also need to see. We need to see which hard drive is actually posting. For a boot override. So this should be the. Have a good night, Emily. We'll see you tomorrow. Need this. Yeah, it'd be real hard to put together like a database like that, accounting for every single piece of hardware you have in your computer, right? One. Yeah, that would be the best option, right? Why are you not booting? Yes, let me turn you all the way off. I need my IODD. I will say with these underclocked voltage settings, it's definitely taking a second to post. Any day now. Yeah, just completely ignored my keyboard inputs. Not in slow mode for some reason, is it? Mm. Oh. See if it works. Could be dangerous. It did not work. That's what I've been using for years, man. I just don't know why the drive thinks it's in hibernation mode. He's not responding to me right now, so he's just going to get a call. All right. All right. Thank you. No. He's going to text me. Like I said, I don't know. Yeah, it's only letters and numbers. And it's whatever it is 4 digits. Actually, it's just asking for a. It can be any length, I guess. Yeah, that was it. Okay. All right, that worked. Get some stuff going here. Yeah, clean up your install here. What the F is this? No, he's got malware bites. All right, we need to. Windows 10 not activated. Go ahead and activate that. Your OVR server won't stop. What aggravating? Yeah, that's Oculus Rift. Just being aggravating. With a VPN running, do you? We're gonna have to get rid of some stuff here. Seems we have different motherboard. Get rid of armory crate. You aren't running a VPN on this, are you? I don't see one, but no. Oh man. Actively is doing nothing. Working great here. All right, I'll be right back while this is installing. I don't know what that's going to do for you. These, like, it's requiring me to sign into Steam to remove this. But that's gone. Hit this. Update now. Start at the top. Which is just aggravating. I mean, I'm not going to, like, all of this ACES framework stuff that I removed. And we'll benchmark this thing. Yeah. And basically uninstall anything that says ACES. I'll let you do that. I just want to benchmark it. Make sure there's nothing else that's going to cause conflicts on here. We're going to need to get some drivers, more than likely. So we got to get some drivers. And this is undervolted now, by the way. What is this? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad. MSI Afterburners on here. I disabled it. I haven't got there. Man, you've seen everything I've done so far. I'm trying to get this to him as soon as possible, so I'm probably just going to do a DDU and then go from there. Let's get this restarted. Yeah, it's probably going to be tomorrow, seeing as I'm only here for another 45. But I do want to get a little bit of. I'm going to turn off all the lights in here, and we're going to kick on IQ, set everything for white, and just turn it on. Looks pretty dope. It's a good looking PC. And this vertical mount, man, it was a good idea letting me do that. I will say, now that this thing is undervolted, it's quite a bit lower temperature than even mine, which is crazy. Hmm. Yeah, force everything to be pink. I want effects. I want individual device lighting. We'll benchmark this thing in a second. Then we'll do DDU. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Two, 1, 3, 5, 6, 4. Perfect. The lighting setup. Go. So you have one stuck LED on one of these fans. Yeah, it's not faulty per se, and you wouldn't notice it. It can't activate one of the RGB. That's um. Yeah, you're not going to be able to see it because you have to be looking up to see it. There's two of them. There's another one over here on this fan on the radiator. See if I can isolate which one it is here. I think it's this. See what colors it can do. So it can do the blue, can do red, purple, so it can't do green. That's upsetting. Yeah, they're set for automatic right now. Yeah, you can kind of see it right here through here. It's that one. Let me cut these lights off. Taking photos. There's all white. Wish I could select multiple devices. Why does it keep doing this? All right, well, let's see what we can do. Use all blue. Currently, this should be being controlled by Hello. There's Stellar. Liquid. Yeah, this white still looks hot though. Let's do another one. All right, we're gonna do some benchmarking. What we're gonna do So what we can do is we can actually set these to be we can actually control each device separately. We can do color warp. So what I might do is I might try and see if those other fans. That's working. See if those other fans will one of the other fans that are in this box don't have a dead RGB on them. Because it looks like it's the blue that might be dead. Or the yellow. Yeah, I think it's the yellow LED that's dead. Blue's fine. Yeah, it's the yellow LED. I always like the visor effects. It's a little bit much. Just a little bit much. All right, so this is lighting linked. Like if you go in here and you go to the lighting sync, the lighting link, you can actually set all your devices to kind of work together. The only thing that isn't going to be is the motherboard, and then the GPU. Other than that, man, this stuff looks pretty damn good. All right, let's load up some benchmarks. Get your temperatures. Static color. Your classic rainbow wave. Let's see what happens hitting this load. Hitting this with a load does. GPUs will. Okay. Fans are spinning up. think I'm going to set IQ to temperature. So we can watch things get hot. Top and bottom. I'm going to tilt this slightly. Get a little bit more airflow. Let the GPU, let everything to defaults. Man, that is not hot. Why is it saying that's hot? That's better. Is it not working? Something's going on with that today. Let's see what's going on. That should have worked. My Twitch cloud box. No, it got turned off for some reason. Working on YouTube. Yeah. All right. Oh, it's so nice while the light's off in here, you know? Movie suggestions for what? Watch Dune 2. No, nothing. I wasn't saying anything about cleaning up the Windows install. Oh, which reminds me. Let's look at. See, that is a Windows. So, is there anything on that secondary drive that you actually need? Because this was the spare one, and you have. Honestly, this is going to be a little bit confusing to figure out, but like this one can be formatted and used for whatever. I'll let you go through and figure it out. Yeah, The Judge is a great movie. It makes my wife cry every time we watch it. The Judge, Robert Downey Jr. and Robert Redford. Redford? No. It's about Alzheimer's. Robert Duvall. It's a great movie. Yeah, like if you want to be depressed about like mental health, that is 100% a movie to watch. This thing is ripping. I'm not going to hardware info. Based on the lights, we're between 40 and 60. Yellow is 60, 40 is green. Yeah, that's what it's set for right now. I love how I got literally nothing else done today. This build took all day. Cleaning and all that. Oh, it's not you. Just I'm gonna turn this into a video. It's just gonna be a long video. Yeah, no, I didn't have a problem with it. Tomorrow's gonna be a little bit of a long day for me, I guess. Yeah, I'm seeing that. And you also have to remember that like this is it's gonna make a decent video. And I did a lot of talking to chat. Like a lot. We had a bunch of people here today. It was good. Did this crash? I think it was. I need to update this Cinebench. This is one of the early versions of the 24. So it has crashing problems. It's not the computer, it's Cinebench. I have to update it. This is going to make these lights go red. And this is going to be the first real indicator of whether or not the that undervolt is causing a problem. Which it might be. The Cinebench generally has issues. So let's run 23. See if it does the same thing. If it does the same thing, then I might have to go adjust those voltages. Okay, yeah. Let's adjust. Yeah, I'm gonna save this as a profile. And then we'll try it. We'll see how the defaults run. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. All right, so is there a specific way for me to do that in here? So we'll save that in there. And I want to load the optimized defaults. Going to undo a whole bunch of stuff. The only thing I do want to turn back on is going to be this. Let's see if we get a different result. This one. Yeah, it'll update itself over time. Are you still having the same problem? Like it's either going to be something with the CPU or it's something with the motherboard at this point. If it's still not reading, did that actually work? I don't think that actually worked. Because we've proven that it's not a problem with the memory, and if updating the BIOS didn't fix the issue. Drank like no water today. Yeah, he already did that. Something with the lights off. No. Well, we want to load optimize defaults. Yes. Save and exit. I'm aware. I just needed to verify that it actually did something, you know? First post. Rebar is on by default now. I haven't come across a motherboard that has had it disabled in a while. It's looking good though. Yeah, if it's because we know it's not your memory, we know it's not your BIOS, but I mean, at this point, it's working. So like, yeah, you can replace the motherboard, but you're not really going to see a performance hit with where it is. Either that or I just turned it off when I reset the optimized defaults. What is this IQ profile? All right, so this is the standard volting. This thing should be like running pretty hot. See if it does the same thing. There it goes. Perfect. All right, now we're going to run this through the end of the day. You can see them lights is red. $92. Toasty boy. Which reminds me, we should probably be setting a custom cooling profile on this. See if the temperatures come down. Because that got heat soaked real quick. Yeah, so one of your cores is hitting 100. Which surprisingly is fine, but this thing is doing everything it can. Yeah, that's kind of what we want it to be. We want it to hit 100% here. This stuff is kind of less important. We want it to ramp up as it needs it. Well, wait, this is the pump. We need this. I thought these were the fans. We do the fans separate. I love how it's just like, oh, what is variable? So this will do the same thing. We'll match them. Yeah. What's that one? I'll look into that tomorrow. Nice. Yeah. So then it's memory learning. That's 100% what it was, which is aggravating, but that it took that long, but it is actually memory learning. Yeah, it is so painful for AM4 memory learning. Yeah, I'll look into this. That looks pretty good, man. All right, we're getting out of here. I'm going to let this finish. I'll wait the last three. I doubt I will be streaming tonight. I will be streaming tomorrow. Appreciate you guys hanging out. It was a lot of fun today working on this guy. So thank you. And we'll see you tomorrow.